All right. Let's see. We are set. Don't choke on yourself. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Let's see. My channel. I just want to make sure that I have everything set up. Perfect. Hello, hello. RD is saying, show your heels, ma'am, and feet also. Under the chat, you will see a $sign where you can tip. It looks like this. And I only show my feet to people who tip. So if you want to start out this chat with a bang, you can go ahead and send me a sticker or a personalized chat. Otherwise, you can check out my iwantmara.com clips for your own viewing pleasure. I'm also going to type out some rules that I wrote the other day. Let's see. Where is it? I guess it didn't put it up yet. All right, then I'm just going to link my Amazon wish list per usual. All right, we are all set. Any rude HV says, looking beautiful, goddess. Why, thank you. I hope everyone is doing well. RD says, give me a link and I will buy you a heel. Yes, I just pinned my Amazon wish list. You can go on to that and purchase anything from there. If you purchase from my wish list, it'll automatically ship to me. And upon receival, I will also take a photo of what I have. If it's a heel, I'll be wearing it. And then I will thank you personally on my YouTube community tab when I post. So that is that. How was everyone this weekend? I had a very restful weekend. After being very productive last week. Haven't seen anyone on chat yet that I do recognize. But if you have any questions that you would like to ask me, keep it PG and I will do my best to answer them with my own personal opinions about the topic. And should things start being slow or quiet on YouTube, I will also use my Instagram to go live. Miss Mara says, Miss Mara, do you have anything to share about the elections? I'm glad that the current chosen president and his VP won. That's all I have to say about that. I try not to talk about politics on this stream because this is not the platform for me to do that. I usually don't care about politics. I'm, part of the 10% that doesn't usually partake in, voting unless it's really important. But this year I did vote, so I'm glad that it counted into what the results. So let me see what I can do here. I am looking to see if I should be putting this on. Tom Smith says, hello, my queen. How are you doing today? I am doing fantastic. And yourself? Liam, YouTube did not tell me you were live, sad face. Are you subscribed and did you turn on notifications? And also, did you refresh? Because if you did all those things, you should have gotten an email saying that I was live. Tom Smith says I'm very good. Fantastic. It's getting quite chilly here in Los Angeles. It went from in the 90s of last week into the 50s. So that's why I'm wearing a sweater for the first time indoors. Steffo says, really windy. Yes, it has been. I can see palm trees outside of my apartment. Lots of swaying. I mean, it's really pretty from inside, but yeah, outside it's caused a lot of people some allergies, and I'm sure that's not very, how do you say, comfortable for some people to be sneezing all the time. Brett says, hi, you are very beautiful. It's raining in New Zealand. Oh, well, rain is always good. I think we need more rain everywhere. Unless it's raining all the time, then, it'd be nice to have sunny days for a while. Liam says, yes, apparently I didn't refresh it, so it didn't pop up in the notification. I do not look at my mails. It's too full, too scary to open. Oh, so you're one of those people. Well, if we ever session, you're going to have to look at your emails and watch out for mine because we're going to have to talk. Otherwise, you're not going to have that session. Oh. Anything new or exciting in your lives that's different from last week? I have one for you guys. I just wrote a new short film, which is really cool because it was inspired and I did it in probably 10 minutes. And I'm super excited because I have a location to film it in, but models are very hard to come by. So if anyone knows a female model in San Francisco who would be interested, let me know. Liam says, well, that's for my spam. Steam, YouTube, and Facebook mails. You'd be on my important mails. I do check. Oh, well, thanks for clarifying that. Navarro says, puff, puff, pass. Um, Sexy Sadist. Hello, mistress. How are you today? I am doing fan-freaking-tastic. How are you? I love your user name, by the way, or your, yeah, I guess that would be your user handle. Paula says, sorry, newbie here. I had a great weekend with my girlfriend who accepts my femme side and loves on occasion to dom me. So I love to watch your channel. Oh, well, you should bring her around and you should both watch us or watch me together and we can share stories if you're comfortable with that. And welcome. I love newbies. Steffo says, damn, I live in LA. I live in LA as well. So check my website, dominamara.org, for information if you're interested in a session. Where in LA are you, Steffo? I was referring to the photo opportunity in SF. Oh, well, I mean, since I am based in LA, I'm always seeking different models to work with. I live in Torrance. Okay, yeah. So if you have any experience modeling or if you are interested in participating, send me your links to photos that you have online, or if you don't have any photos, you're welcome to post them on like Imager, Imgur, however you want to pronounce that, and you can stay anonymous that way, and of course everything that you send me is confidential. So Liam says, I'm wondering, do you do anything fantastical like fantasy scenes? Yes, I would, but I don't get those normally. Usually a lot of people just want the dom, the traditional dom, so I welcome that, especially if it's like dressing up in different things, kind of similar to our Halloween conversation. However, like I mentioned, not a lot of people have big imaginations yet. If ever, I'm always role-playing like interrogation scenes, which is kind of authoritative, but still easy to dress in because it's very like suit attire, if you know what I mean. Steffo says, what's the best place to contact you? My website. RSVP forms, I get them immediately. Oh. My cognac just fell. I think it's telling me that it wants me to drink it. Fell onto my foot. Steffa says thank you. You're welcome. Yes, if you have any questions, my RSVP form is the best place to do that. Just because it's very accessible for me, and if it's accessible for me, it means easier to respond and faster to respond. Bigger Ben says, that's bad for you, bin it. No way. This comes from France, and I enjoy it thoroughly. If you have something better for me to drink, I'm happy to, I'm open to seeing what you recommend. Liam says, interrogations are always so fun. Certainly if I act like, well, not act, but if I don't know what it is about and can't tell them what they want. Ha ha ha. That's usually how my interrogation scenes go. Usually it's like, where is the XYZ? And then people are like, I don't know. And then we do that for almost an hour because I get creative with how I try to interrogate them. Bigger Ben says water. I am drinking water. Keyboard Warrior. Hello, Miss Mara. Hello. It's been a while since you've been on my stream. Welcome back. Liam says, what's the most fantasy thing you have done? That's a good question. Honestly, probably being like an art student, and then instead of a person trying to interrogate me, I flip the tables on them. Or like, I was a schoolgirl, because that's super popular for some reason with me. And instead of, obviously, I'm not being beaten by the headmaster. Instead, the roles flip, and I'm the one punishing them for something. Like, say I'm failing a grade, which never happens, but in real life. But say I'm failing a grade, and they are, you know, going to flunk me and make me repeat a school year, and I have to punish them and convince them otherwise, and maybe advance me into higher grades. But again, it's super like traditional role play. I haven't done anything like with unicorns or anything, which would be so awesome. One time I guess I was kind of like a warrior queen. But we didn't really go into like depths with role playing, which I would love to do in the future. Paula, is cognac sweet or bitter? What would you mix it with? Better chilled or room temperature? Thanks, mistress. I just adore Cosmos. Guess I'm a martini girl. So I drink cognac straight. I drink it at room temperature. I don't mind it chilled a little bit. So say there's a frosted glass or a glass that's been put in the fridge for a little bit, I would take that out and then pour some of this in there, because I like my cocktails to be a little bit chilled. Unless it's very cold outside, then, you know, I would like something warmer. I really love like molded wine or mulled wine. It's delicious. I love spices. I like having a spicy life. And so, yeah, that's kind of what I go for. Bigger Ben, can you give us some motivational speech like Sylvester Stallone? I haven't watched any of his motivational speeches. I've only seen him in The Expendables, and that itself was pretty motivational because it just inspires you. Obviously, you don't have to break your neck to be a badass in life, but it inspires you to go all out with whatever you do in life. So maybe that could be your motivational speech or statement. Steven, Code Black. Hi, I'm new here. Hello, Steven. Welcome to my channel. Carl, good evening, Mistress Mara. Do you drink Moet champagne? 85 per bottle approx. Yes, I have for New Year's one year. And it was delicious. I would have added something else, something sweet, like Saint Germain. Just because I kind of like that elderflower essence. You don't have to put a lot, but just a little bit to flavor it. I kind of like adding that to my champagnes, even though Moet is very good already. It just enhances the flavor and changes the profile a little bit. RPG Games, hello. Steven, I prefer my drinks cold. Like I mentioned, I do as well, but it is getting a little chilly these days, so room temperature, or if I'm in a cozy sweater like this where I am warm at home, then yes, I will drink cool. Liam, you just need to sit down with a D&D group and see where the adventures and fit a dominant there. Yeah, I mean, I've never done D&D. I've seen like TV shows about it, but don't have any friends that play it. So, Steven says, if I drink anything warm, it makes me crash instantly. Crash as in like make you sleepy? Mohammed says, Miss, since you sound very elegant and classy, do you find it hard to play the bratty, arrogant kind of character when that is requested in a session? No, actually, because the people who are requesting that kind of are mouthy, and so they deserve the punishment. And I think it's in their nature to kind of like want to talk back. So it's easier for me to turn that switch on for the bratty and arrogant, because that way I actually feel like they deserve some of that. Otherwise, if it's somebody who's asking like normal, kind of humiliating scenes and they're really nice in person, that's when it's harder for me. Obviously, I'm able to do it because I'm a professional, but do I like to? Not necessarily, unless they really deserve it. But when I see that they're having fun, it makes it worth it for me, of course. Liam says, I think a cool fantastical creature for you would be a dryad. You being plant looking and wrapping people up in plants or something, ensnaring them, or maybe poison ivy to have some villainy. Yes, I am quite fond of poison ivy. There was a meme about that recently that I saw that was like, poison ivy was just trying to regrow the earth. Mr. Freeze was just trying to cool the earth down, and you guys sided with the rich guy in a bat costume or something, who would spend his time putting those people in jail rather than helping them out, which I thought was an interesting perspective. You should go find it. It's really awesome. It's from the, I think, Batman and Robin movie with George Clooney and Chris O'Donnell. Johan Joni, or Johan Yoni? I'm not sure where you're coming from, but hello, miss. You're very beautiful. Hello to you too. Good evening. It's evening here. Where are you from? Steven says, I haven't done D&D either. Seen others play it though. Yes, Crash is in out cold. Noted. Johan says, Miss, you're beautiful, not sexy. That's because I'm not in sexy wear right now. I'm in comfy, like, sweatshirt attire with, like, glasses on and, like, I don't know, messy hair, mermaid hair. John says, you mentioned a new short film. What is it about? Your previous ones were amazing. Oh, thank you for watching them. Yes, if you haven't seen my short films already, you can click on my popular uploads or my dominant artisan playlist. And I have my first one that I ever produced was Lady Luck. Then it was Cocoon, then Sculptura, and then Transform. The new one, I would love to have a male and female sub in there, or at least Kingsters in there. But as I mentioned previously, it's so hard to find females to commit. Or they have like partners and they have to like ask them, but then they never get around to it, or the partner like wants to be there during the shoot, and I'm just like, it's a whole thing. Whereas men are very easy. Like, I have so many people to choose from, and you know, men are never a shortage, I guess, because I'm a female dominant. So Steven says, as far as for gaming stuff goes, I'm more big into Metal Gear Solid and RE. I'm not into like playing actual games except for on mobile, but I really like the music from different video games as well as films. Like, for a really long time, I listened to what was it? There was like Halo and like the Lord of the Rings soundtrack and Skyrim music on my Pandora. I had like, I don't even know, it might have been a Skyrim radio, but that was like one of the longest radio stations that I've ever listened to when I was in a corporate job sitting at a desk. Liam, is there such a thing as a bratty dom? Yes, of course there is. I actually used to have, if you dig enough and find my blogspot website, you'll see that I have, if you scroll all the way down to my portraits, you'll see me in my schoolgirl outfit. And that was the outfit that I wore for 3 years while I was working at a house. Johan says, what you want, I will give. Where are you from, Johan? Steven says, I'm in Midwest, USA. It's currently 10:21 p.m. Eastern. Ooh, okay, yeah. So you are on the East Coast. Keyboard, hello, though, from the West Coast. Keyboard warrior, well, these glasses on you are sexy. That's because my eyes are dry and my, I just woke up from a nap. So, yeah, I put on my, what is it? Sexy secretary glasses or librarian glasses for the evening. But I also need them because I'm blind as a bat without them. Johan says, I want to see your clothes. If you tip me on my chat, you can see, uh-oh. Damn it. I don't know why it's not connecting. Oh, maybe it's just my, am I paused on you? Okay, let me just refresh. Okay, it's working now. If you look under my chat, you can see a $sign that looks like this. And if you send me a sticker of some sort, minimum of $5, I will stand up and show my outfit. Same with if you're into feet. I have shown my feet previously as well. Carl says, yes, your glasses are very sexy, Miss Mara, and intellectual too, in my opinion. We get really intellectual on my channel. If you've seen my previous live streams, like we go for hours and talk about different random things like art or music or zodiac signs or vampires, you name it. It's already on here. Food, drink, everything. Steven, well, I am also a cosplayer in addition to gaming, so I can act the part or role of a character, granted I know the character well enough. Ooh, do you make your own costumes? John says, how do you normally find models for your films? Typically, I have subs that I know who are in the city, and I'll ask them first. Most of them will probably say no due to privacy, even if I allow them to have like an eye mask to, you know, kind of give them a little bit of visual privacy. And then I also credit everybody by initials or whatever they choose their names for. But like this for Transform, I actually met trans girl Zoe the weekend before just for fun. And I had scheduled somebody else for modeling, but they were a no-show like that following Monday. And so I actually called Zoe and was like, hey, would you like to be in a short film? Because I think you would look great as the part. And I'm so happy she was able to make it and she fit perfectly. So sometimes it's random, sometimes it's planned. I prefer it to be planned because I have a specific look in mind and how I want that person to be like, but I direct everybody kind of in a more general sense so that they can fill the role despite who it is. I also like to keep things organic, so organic with a plan. Liam says, I think my romantic view of you as an elegant dom mistress would be shattered if I saw you in a schoolgirl uniform, so I'd rather leave it as is. To each their own. I don't wear that schoolgirl outfit anymore. I mean, I probably stopped years ago. All of my subs or Yeah, all of my subs want me in, like, you know, more, how do you say, grown up attire. So, Anirud says, please show your collections of heels, goddess. You can watch my ASMR footwear video for that. You can watch all of it there. I show the shoes that I use for sessions. But if you want to see my other shoes that I have, like, casually, let me know in the comments on that video and like that video. Liam says, I adore cosplay. I am wondering what I would cosplay, but I also want to make my own cosplay. Sadly, I only work with things if they are way out of my league. I would say don't bite off more than you can chew. Mohammed, since somebody mentioned intellectualism, Miss, are you going to open sharing your religious and spiritual beliefs? About what part exactly? Because my last stream, I already went into religion. The other stream that I, if you watch the one with the my other stream that I had with glasses on, I also go into religion and my thoughts on that. So, in short, I could say that I see my work as a very spiritual outlet. Steven says, yeah, I do, but it's mainly video game characters like Carlos Oliveira from Resident Evil 3 or Foxhound Snake from Metal Gear series. I'm big into stealth, tactical strategy, and zombie survival. Yeah, so then that's kind of more utilitarian and, like, not army-esque, but, like, you can find those, like, belts and all that, like, is it holsters? Whatever, the things that hold your gun and your knives. Much more easier. And you can just put stuff together for that too. Steven says, glad to meet you though. Glad to meet you too. As I mentioned, welcome. Liam says, do you do militaristic-ish outfits and scenes? Yes, on my iwantmara.com website, you can see that I have done, like, bodysuits. I actually have a military outfit, but I don't know where it is. And I've never worn it for a session, actually. Usually people want me in leather for that kind of thing. Steven says, I wouldn't judge against you for wearing it again if it wouldn't make you uncomfortable. I mean, I'm fine wearing it, but no one has requested it. And quite frankly, I'm glad about that. Those are my early years, my old days. Liam, I always bite off more than I can chew. Like when I'm cooking, I'm just a hobby cook, but if it's not high skilled and at least half a day of work, then I won't do it. You better live up to that. I'm interested in your cooking now. If I do visit. John says, for privacy reasons, do you have your models and subs maybe wear those hood things as masks to cover their face, and do you end up paying your models too? I haven't paid my models. Usually it's an exchange for, like, playtime or consultation or just because they want to do it. And I try to stay away from hoods and hoods as masks because, as you can tell from my videos, I want to take femdom out of the dungeon. I don't want it to be a typical, like, fetish music video. I want it to be relatable for people in everyday life. That's kind of what I'm going for. It's too easy to do something in a dungeon, and it's too, I feel like it's so overdone, and there's nothing that I've seen recently that's like, wow, I really want to do something like that, or wow, that's something so fresh that I've never seen before. Because I've seen a lot, and nothing really surprises me, and there's only so much you can do in that kind of a space. Liam says, probably my last question for now. What do you prefer wearing, latex or leather, or a third option? I like something that's kind of more proper. Latex is cute, or is like cool to look at, but it's a pain to put on and, um, to wash. So if you have somebody who's really into latex and will do all of those things for you, like dress you, lubricate the suit, and then wash it properly afterwards, then by all means. But it's a hassle. It's extra work for me to do before and after session. So I prefer to do it for like a full day, shoot, like a photo shoot. Or like I mentioned, that person has to be a premium type of session. So leather is easier to put on. However, I don't like having to also clean that afterwards because you have to condition it and clean it in a certain way. You don't throw that into the, washer and dryer. The third option would be something like my living room makeover, where I'm wearing like a nice blouse with some pants or a nice pencil skirt and boots, like leather boots or high heels, and to be kind of like a disciplinarian. So that's kind of what I'm into as of late. Maybe my style will change later, but AKNZ, New Zealand. Hello from New Zealand. Hi. Have you done wrestling or leg scissoring in sessions? Yes. I've done breath play like that. It's really fun. I've done light wrestling where somebody wanted me to like lock them in certain ways. I also have POV custom clips on my iwantmara.com website. So check it out. I'm in a leotard for that one. Liam says, before or after a session, I'll cook something wonderful. Yay! Looking forward to that. Steven, so it's more of a voluntary basis, or is it? Yes, it's a voluntary or it's an exchange. The exchange is kind of more like I give back. So instead of them paying for a session, maybe I'll play with them, and have them experience my style. Keyboard Warrior, do you like silk/satin? Yes, I do. If you watch my HentaiCon recap video, I actually teach a panel in red satin. I think I also have images on my Instagram at Mara Domina. Liam says, oh, God damn it. The internet is not being kind to me. Bro. Okay, the internet is not being kind, but refresh, everyone. Okay. Liam says, how do you perform breath play? I start with their nose and mouth, and then I can work into my arm, and then I can work into legs if they are up for that, or if they request it. AK says, love your hand over your mouth. Hope to meet you one day. Oh, thank you. I hope I get to meet you too. John says, your previous short films all tend to have a specific theme in them. How do you come up with those ideas, and how far have you thought about your upcoming one? I have a definite theme for this one. I don't want to say it yet just because I don't want to spoil it. And if it doesn't end up happening, then I'm going to shift it a little bit. But I come up with them on the spot. It's like, what haven't I done before in my photography work and like my self-portrait work? What haven't I done? And then what excites me or inspires me that I can do that is still within the femdom reign, you know? Crush Lover says, can you say... Oh. No, you want me to say a specific line. I don't answer to people topping from the bottom unless you tip me for that. You can click the $ under the chat, and if you tip me a minimum of $5 to $10, I will say what you want me to say. Johan, play together Among Us. Like I mentioned, I can do that if I am tipped. Liam, you said giving someone sensory deprivation. How do you do that? I mentioned this in another stream. You should have been paying attention. Go back and watch my previous streams. We've gone over that. Crush Lover says, do you enjoy it when subs lick your shoes clean? What do you enjoy about it as a dom? Yes, of course I do. It's boot worship or shoe worship. Well, I am a foot model, and I've been doing that for many years. I've also won an award earlier in January of this year, dedicating my feet as a part of me being the most intriguing and mysterious model. It's a form of power to have someone beneath me, you know, using a part of their body to literally clean something that I step on the ground with. So it's a psychological thing, and it's a visual act that is very dictative of the person's status, which is beneath me. David, I enjoyed your tour of overseas dungeons, especially the one where you walked around in a bodysuit and heels. It was educational. Yeah, I did 2 of those tours in the same bodysuit because I didn't bring I only had so much luggage space for my stuff. But let's see, Modern Dungeons episode number 3 and 4 are both in that same bodysuit. One in Greece and one in Denmark. Hey Kay, what is your favorite way to tie someone up with rope? Honestly, the classic hog ties are my favorite, just because you can do so much. You can have them, you know, on their stomach, and they literally can't move anywhere. Like, they can try rolling one way, but their legs are going to be up, and they can't rotate 180 degrees. So... like, it's great for tickling, it's great for teasing with my feet, it's great for, you know, impact, a lot of different things. Johan, I'm not sure what you're asking. As I mentioned, if you click the $ under the chat where the emoji is, the emoji button is, it looks like this. And you can tip me from there. Liam says, did we? I wasn't there then. Maybe because when we talked about it, I don't think you gave us or me specifics. Yes, we talked about headphones and a body bag and stuff like that, remember? You didn't know what a body bag was. You thought it was for not alive people. David, one dungeon had a jail cell. Yes, that's the one in Denmark. Actually, both of them had a jail cell. There was the one in Greece also had one. But But that was not me in the in the cat suit. It was me in the, how do you call it? Blue jumpsuit. Bobby says, any tips for lasting through No Nut November? Yes, you can apply for my chastity program on my website at dominamara.com. We can lock you up. I can lock you up. Liam, that I remember, there was even more. Watch my previous streams. You'll remember 100% then. All right. I think it's time for some cognac. Ooh, that cork was some good ASMR. So will this. Oh, you can barely hear it. Cheers to all of you who are watching. Steven has the beer emoji clinking. AK, hog tie is my favorite one too. What do you prefer? Oh, for gagging. I actually like using fabric. So the Japanese have like something called a tanugi, which is something that it's like folded fabric that they put over your eyes. You literally, and then tie it around the head as a blindfold. You can literally use that same technique and put it in between somebody's teeth and then tie it around the back of their head. You've seen it in like movies for like interrogation. People, you know, tie it really tight in between someone's teeth. I prefer that because I can control the, you know, stuff dripping from there better, easier. David says cheers. Cheers to you too. Johan has a surfer dude. I think that's for cheersing as well. Liam, not sure. Others like to, but I wonder if you know if others like to have their necks like in place so you can't move your head to the left or the right. Yes. So actually, that's possible during the hog tie, like we were talking about, because you can literally tie somebody's hair, if they have long hair, back and tie it to their arms or like their wrists or their ankles, and they won't be able to turn left or right because they will be pulling on their own hair, which is great because I don't have to do any other work. I literally just have to tie it all together and in a way that it doesn't unravel, and it's all self done. Steven, rather than ropes, I prefer metal chains or handcuffs. Yeah, I'm not a fan because you can only attach those to so many things. I think it's great for quick release or like quick, you know, bondage, if you will. However, if you're like me, who likes to take their time and let the other person feel the texture of the rope on skin, and likes putting pressure when I tie, and likes putting them in a space where like I tease them by taking off a part and then rebinding a certain part. And you can use rope to tie somebody to anything. You can even tie a person's part of their body to their own body, you know, like their own limbs to their own body. So I think it's way more versatile, and it's custom to anybody's body size as well. Johan's asking, what is your Instagram name? At Mara Domina. MaraDomina. Niskal says, I want to work for your promotions and followers. Please tell me how I should contact. You can start by liking all of my YouTube videos and all of my Instagram photos, and then we can go from there. Just like this stream, if you are enjoying the chat, give it a thumbs up. Keyboard Warrior, what do you find repulsive in men and women? Like behavior? I don't like it when somebody tries to top from the bottom. That's a hard limit of mine. And I can't stand it. Liam says, do you also give aftercare? Do you give hugs to your subs? Yes, I always give hugs when I walk them out the door, or before I walk them out the door. I only give aftercare like if it's really requested. I have a cool down section to my session. So in the beginning, I kind of ease a person into session because, you know, they could be still thinking about stuff they have to do in the default world, and I want them out of that headspace. So when they walk in, you know, the environment already changes, but I also use conversation to kind of get them into, and the way that I say things, like certain verbiage that I'm particular about when they walk in, to get them into the mindset of, oh yes, now I'm serving Miss Mara. And then, you know, the last 10 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on how long the entire session is, I will do a cool down where, you know, there's kind of like easing them back into reality, and getting them a little prepared to go back out into the default world, because, you know, I don't want it to be super jarring for them, and I want everybody to kind of just, you know, be able to feel like they can take their time to do that. Johan says, what color is your bra? I'm not wearing a bra under this. AK says, thought you were going to say ball gags, but yes, I know the one you meant. Do you enjoy watching someone struggling? Yes, see, I'm not your typical dom that will say ball gags. Another type that I didn't say was the bite for ponies, which is like a very long and thin silicone bite. I really like that. I like the aesthetic. But yes, I of course love to see someone struggling. That's why I put them in rope in the first place. Steven, I prefer to be restrained in a way that I can't break free on my own or get free from that unless the other person lets me free, to where I couldn't undo the restraints myself. Perfect for rope. You can't undo your own rope unless you are well versed in the ties. But even then, if the dom knows that you are well versed, they will create false rope knots and try to trick you, and you still can't get out. So I really like that. That's, speaking of wanting and watching somebody struggle, that's one of the ways, is trying to trick an eel. David says, I like predicament bondage. Yes, that's so the rope that I just mentioned where, you know, creating false knots. And if the sub wants to try to get out of it, they're called eels, and they'll try to undo the knots, and sometimes that makes the tie even worse, and they still can't get out. Niskal says, I did what you told, ma'am. I don't check my DMs on there, so I have to see if you've liked all of my stuff. And from what I can tell, it's been too soon for you to actually be done with the task. Carl, your sessions sound like the perfect experience, Mr. Smara. Well, I hope you are able to book one soon. Liam, because if I would have a session, I would need it. It makes me feel safe with the person. Do you also like the idea of a scene of being the lower rank than doming them? Do you like being the secretary and me the boss? Um, I can do it. It's not my favorite. It's kind of like the bratty schoolgirl mentality. Um, can be fun with the right person, especially if the boss is very like passive and, you know, doesn't know how to like be big with their words and voice and stuff like that. So it could be fun if I'm the bossy secretary and they are like the timid boss. AK, that would be a dream session for me. Rope, hand over mouth, and sleeper hold wrestling. Yep, I like those as well. I also like making those very sensual. Liam says, I saw a concept of a passive boss being blackmailed by an underling with a high drive to go up the corporate ladder. Yes, that is a very common scenario structure. Or like to get a higher pay, something like that. Or be put in a higher position. Not just in corporate, but like in life, depending on how much the boss controls. Steven says, I'm kind of an escape artist myself. I'm the type who would try to break free if I could. That's why I'd prefer metal handcuffs, is because I can't untie those myself or truther them or cut them off. Yeah, but then you're limited, because that means, I mean, how much can you actually struggle if you aren't given any type of hope? There's no hope for you then. With rope, at least there's hope, because it's like, oh, maybe I could get this knot undone, but actually you can't, because I know my knots. I also like having the sub untangle all of the knots afterwards. And it's kind of therapeutic for them if they're not, you know, in a really, really big loopy subspace. That's actually one of the ways I like to have it cool down, is like, you know, before cleanup, they get to untangle the rope and just kind of be in a good space after I've unwrapped it from them and give them the cool down / aftercare. Niscal says, the longest you've had someone in chastity. Probably two months. Johan says, check your DMs. I don't check my DMs. You have to contact me through my website, or, you know, actually like all of my photos and all of my videos, and then I can see that you are worthy of my attention later on. AK, how did you learn to tie? Have you done Japanese shibari? I actually learned Kimbaku. There's a slight difference between the two. Shibari is more, and people don't really know this here in the Western worlds, but shibari is more for like ornamental stuff, whereas Kimbaku has more of a function over form. So I learned through Master K, who resides here in Los Angeles. He is one of the 4, how do you say, recognized Westerners that the Japanese actually consider as masters, because his teacher was an actual Kimbaku master. He had a sensei. He studied and lived in Japan and was the pupil of this guy, but he is no longer here with us. He passed recently, in the recent years, and I learned from him and his students. That's how I started rope. Liam, well, my plan was to go to bed early at 4 a.m., but I saw your stream and now it's 5 a.m., so I'm going to sleep. Good night, Liam. He says, good night, Mistress Mara. Also, last question, what is your favorite meal so I know what to cook? How about I tell you how I feel when that happens? We'll keep it open. Tony, funny, everyone is saying I like this and I like that. I know, right? It's not, well, they are asking me what I like as well and what my preferences are or how I feel about things. So if you have a question that's also PG, do let me know. Jordan says, what's the best way to find a female Dom? Do your research. Read about them. If a Dom has a proper website and has an about section, that's very helpful. I myself have my own YouTube channel, so I have a lot of videos on my perspectives on previous experiences, and if you find that that matches with yours, that's a win. Teddy, how would you fold up a sub to a real seat cushion? I would probably put them in the yoga pose chair or have them, sit curled over their lap. But that's not very good for their back, and I like to be safe about people's bodies. So if you watch my Cocoon short film, I actually tie a girl up with rope and make her my footstool. AK, I have had a Kinbaku session in Tokyo. Amazing, incredible how they use rope to restrict breathing. Yes. And actually, it's your body doing the restriction because you're literally physically restricting your own body, which is awesome. Liam says, I'll remember that. Good night. Good night. Things. Hello, Miss Mara. Do you enjoy forced femme? It depends. A lot of people actually seek it, and so I don't really have to force anybody. So I get a lot of requests actually here in Los Angeles for that. For just regular feminization, not forced. Stephen, how is it possible to safely conduct sessions of this sort of thing when the whole COVID pandemic situation? So in my previous streams, I have noted that I ask us a bunch of questions about their quarantine situation, if they've had the test, and to share their results. And also, if that isn't possible for them, just who they have seen, if they've been sick. And I always wear a mask through my sessions. I also prioritize a lot of the people who I've already seen as regulars previously. So I've been sessioning probably once a week, and I've been fine since. I had a few months where I wasn't working, but I'm back to a weekly session, I guess. Now. Jordan says, thank you, Mistress Mara. You're welcome. Jay asks, what is your favorite modality of massage? Meaning, like, what type of massage do I prefer? I love my feet being massaged. And then also, I prefer for full body deep tissue because I'm muscular, and when I was working out a lot, it was nice to kind of undo some of those knots. Keyboard Warrior, that's nice music in the background. Yes, I have curated it for today. I find it to be a little bit more ambient, and it's different. It has been different each time, so I'm glad you noticed, and I'm glad you liked it. You like it. AK, what female doms you look into as your guide or example, or someone you follow due to admiration? I haven't really had a specific mentor because I started at a house dungeon. I think one of my favorite instructors when I went to conventions was Simone Justice, and she's been in the industry for a very long time. Carl says, do you know, or asks, do you know any or have tried SAS, stress hold positions, Miss Mara? Do you have a specific one that you can describe? Because that to me is like what I was saying before, you know, if you are in bondage, whether it's rope or, you know, cuffs, or if it's like a yoga pose, like the chair pose on your tippy toes, or if you have to hold something up on your knees and elbows only or something like that, then yes, I have tried stress hold positions. Or like anything on your tiptoes, basically. Jay says, deep tissue, got it. Anugra says, may I serve you, mistress, and mummify me? Yes, I've done that before. You can watch my Chicago recap video on how I did that with someone after tying them in rope. And you can apply through my reservation form on dominamara.com. AK says, fantastic, you are muscular for a wrestling session, nothing competitive. Yeah, I don't do competitive either. I would call it light wrestling. I mean, it's not, you know, crazy. But yeah. Steven says, the country I live in is still in the red, so it's been hard to find anywhere or anyone to practice this sort of thing with. Fly to LA, visit LA. I mean, I'm gonna have to take the temperature of next year, but I'm starting traveling again since February, later this month to go up to San Francisco. So, I mean, we'll see how that goes. It's a short flight, so I'm not gonna be taking my mask off. I'm not gonna be eating on the plane. It'll just literally be an hour. So I'm gonna see how that goes and go from there. Carl asks, the unseated sitting position, I think there was one, Miss Mara. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, Carl, but I'm sure there is one. Anugra says, what do you like? Like, what kind of session do I like with my subs? We were just talking about it. It's about bondage and rope and tease and denial. I also really like ball busting. AK, hope New Zealand opens its borders and you can fly here one day. I hope Europe does too, and Asia, because that's where I was supposed to go this year. But yes, New Zealand is on my list as well as Australia. Steven, it kind of disappoints me, whereas I just turned 29 in August, that I spent it at home where there wasn't anywhere to go or anyone to swap me that many times, but I understand safety comes first. Plus, me being an insulin type 1 diabetic makes me more prone. How does that, I guess I've never played with a diabetic before. How does that affect your play? Actually, I'm curious. Also, when in August? I also have a birthday in August, and I also spent it at home. But I did my own birthday party, if you will, and I did an ASMR video on that, so check that out. I can celebrate your birthday with you if you play that video. I splosh my feet into cake. AK says, do you have your own dungeon? I did. At the beginning of the year, I was managing a space with 2 levels and 2 rooms. But unfortunately, due to COVID, that space is no longer available. Steven says, my birthday is August 9th. Ah, you're a fellow Leo. Yay. Anugra, oh, you're from Indonesia. Very cool. Also a country that I have yet to visit. AK, oh, Shay, I'm sorry to hear. Tell me about it. Instead, I'm here nursing drinks. But at least I have wonderful company to do that with. Carl says, oh, Steven says, I'm a 90s dude. The 90s were super awesome. I kind of miss those days. It was a lot simpler back then. Carl, the unseated sitting stressful position is more, I don't know. Okay. I can look that up, but I don't know what you are talking about. There's a lot of different stress positions, and I'm sure they all have different names. Like, is it a squat you're talking about? Like, nothing is coming up for me. AK says, what age did you realize you were into BDSM? I found out about it before I was like, or around the time I was 18. So before I was out of college. And then I didn't pursue it until I was 21 or 22. And you can watch my my YouTube videos on interviews that I've had with like Dom Addiction. That's my first interview that I ever did with a video. And I actually answer like how I got into it and my process. Steven says, I miss how things were more chill and laid back then in the 90s. I totally agree with you 100%. Like the fashion there was also pretty cool. Like it's super nostalgic for me, I guess, too. And like the music, I'm not into pop music anymore, but like the pop music there at the time for what it was and when I was younger was fire, you know. Hello, Akash. Glad you could join. Whew. AK, for someone into rope, is 2-hour sessions too long? No, not at all. For someone who's not even into rope, 2-hour sessions are actually like my favorite type. Because that really gives us the time to ease in, to ease out, and to actually play. If you have 1 hour, it's like 10 to 15 minutes to ease in, 10 to 15 minutes to ease out. Then you really only have like half an hour to play. And what can you do in half an hour? It's like you can get someone into bondage. That's it. That's all there is. Akash says, looking hot. Why, thank you. AK, true, makes sense. Things, are you into acting? As in theater, lots of opportunity down in LA. Thank you, Miss Mara. I've actually been on a couple of, or I've been asked to be on a couple of TV shows. But I didn't really have to act. I literally just was myself because they wanted a dom there. I feel like I could give it a try because it sounds like a challenge, a good challenge. I've done theater stuff for like school, but I don't really count those because it wasn't like a proper theater, if you know what I mean. But I always played really cool roles, so. Steven says, yeah, like the 90s style stuff was a lot cuter and the chunky punk goth boots and other 90s outfits similar to that. Or in another example, Jill Valentine's classic Red Nemesis look. Yeah, they're trying to bring like some of the 90s stuff back now and like kind of make it futuristic. I get the vibe, but it's very like Instagram influencer type. Yeah, Jill Valentine kind of looks like a Spice Girl to me. Carl says, Get Away by Max is number one of my favorite 90s dance hit. Ooh, I don't know this one. I'm gonna pause my... Ooh, I hope I don't get copyrighted though. Okay, I'll listen to it. Hold on. I'll just like play a little bit of it. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I know this. Yep. I just don't know the names of these. Yeah, it's kind of like trance. Trance was really big with me when I was, that's like how I kind of got into, like electronic music was like trance was my gateway genre. Steven, Comic-Cons and cosplay events were also way less restrictive on costumes and props back then too, but I didn't get into cosplaying until I graduated high school around age 19 to 20. What restrictions do they have now? I'm curious. Like, I feel like are bikinis not allowed, or were people trying to be even less than that? Goddess Playground, unrelated, but a definite fan here. When you started your YouTube and was going live, etc., how did you start getting followers on your channel? Mainly from social media, I'm assuming. But how about if you're starting out on all platforms? Thanks, girl. Love. I don't know. I just did it. I didn't really care if I had followers. I mean, I still technically don't have a lot of people, that many people watching right now compared to what other people have on other streams. I just log in to literally connect with people. Like, that's the only reason. And then if people want to see like my feed or whatever, they can tip. Or my outfit of the day, they can tip. But I mean, I don't earn like a huge portion of my earnings here. It's literally for fun for me. Mohammed says, Miss, on a scale of 1 to 10, what are the possibilities of finding a regular dom to be owned by in LA? I'm seriously thinking about moving there for a while, but I'm still concerned about doms and taxes. Not sure what I can say about why you're concerned about doms and taxes, but I mean, you can try with me, and since you know me already, and we can go from there. I'm gonna plug myself. I've been doing this for a very long time and I love what I do, so I feel like all of you can see that too through my work. Goddess Playground says, yeah, not looking to get a check from YouTube, just hoping fans will grow with me. Your response was validating my gut feeling. Thank you again. No problem. Or you're welcome. AK, I can truly see that you enjoy what I do. Yes, I do. And that's kind of why, like, you know, I go at my own pace. I don't try to be, you know, anything further than I'm not already am, because I don't want to burn out. I want to do this for as long as possible. Anugra says, may I be your sub permanently? Like, live in your cage every day and also worship for a long time, you have to apply to play with me first, and we can go from there. If you watch my personal subs video on my YouTube channel, you can see what I expect from all of my subs who want to go that route. Steven, well, for example, back in the early 2000s, a lot of Comic-Con events banned yaoi or yuri paddles, so you couldn't even get paddled by your favorite male or female characters anymore. But there's more than just that. A lot more restrictions were placed on tactical themed costumes and props too, like they're trying to deem it inappropriate even though it's pretend and make-believe with all safety measures in check. I guess I could see that because they can't actually check every single person, and if they do, like, I feel like people can still hide stuff, and it's just easier for them because there's so many people to restrict it, you know, instead of being responsible in case something happens. So I understand it, but that does suck. Like the paddle one, it kind of sucks, but also most people don't know how to paddle correctly, so I'm pretty sure they just don't want other people to get injured. But during my HentaiCon appearance, I was able to bring in a riding crop, and that was really fun. A lot of people took photos with me. Also because I knew how to use it, and I was actually a vouched for influencer. Like I held an actual panel for that convention. So, man, I really missed that one. That was a lot of fun. It was more fun than I thought it was going to be. Mohammed says, great, we'll be sure to get in touch if I'm around in LA. Please do. You know where I am. Steven, so like if someone reacts to it, it's like a real law enforcement or military or real weapon, even when it's not allowed, if a reasonable person could tell it's fake. Yeah, it gets tricky about that. Weapons are tricky. I remember being able to buy weapons at a convention at one point. I went to one in New Jersey, I believe, when I was in school, and I bought like 2 swords. I bought 2 swords and like a pair of practice size, the type that like Michelangelo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle has. That's the most nerdiest thing I've ever said tonight. AK says, where are you sessioning these days without a dungeon? I have a play space that I go to. It's actually 2 miles from me, which is great. And it's located in Van Nuys. Turtle Boy, I didn't know there was a proper way to paddle. Yes, of course there is. There's safety zones. See, this is why the general public needs to take classes, especially if even if they're going to just cosplay, and if they're gonna hold something that is going to impact somebody else, even if it's a prop, they should know about anatomy. And kink classes can teach you all about that. Anugra, you have a very good attitude, Mistress Mara. You're my goddess. I will lay down at your feet and worship you. Actually, I will see the full of your video. Thank you, Miss Mara. Yes, check out all my videos. It answers pretty much all of your questions. And there's some really cool stuff that I do. I've done DIYs lately, and they're like, I'm gonna be doing a kink DIY soon. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you're subscribed and hit that bell so that you have you turn on notifications for when I drop new videos. Goddess Playground says, yes, safety zones, for sure. Things. How often do your live streams occur? Thank you, Miss Mara. I've been doing them weekly just because like I'm at home most of the time if I'm not sessioning, which is like once a week or so, maybe sometimes twice a week. And yeah, I used to stream consistently earlier in the year, but then I started renovating my home. But now that my home is done, I'm back on every weekend. I don't have a specific time that I dedicate because I kind of like to stream whenever I want, which probably doesn't help with, you know, my viewers. But I also like getting viewers from all over the world at different time zones. So I kind of am doing this like as I please, which is probably not how I should be doing it. But again, I do it for fun. AK says a kidnapping session with you sounds amazing. Yeah, I've done a role play with that previously. That was fun. Goddess Playground, there are so many classes and workshops here in the Bay Area about techniques on many different areas of kinks. Do you recommend any in LA? The person that I said that I kind of looked up to for teaching used to live in LA. She doesn't anymore. I haven't really taken anything else, any classes besides like stuff in DomCon. I'll think about it, and if I come across it, I'll let you know. Like I mentioned, most of the stuff that I've learned was from my dungeon house. So, and then experience. Because I stayed at the house for 3 years, which is like as long as you would stay in a actual 9-to-5 job to progress in the ranks. So I did my 3 years and then I became independent from there. And I've been independent for 4 years after that. So, Carl says, here in the UK, we call them Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. I guess ninja was too offensive. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. I learned something today. Goddess Playground says, but they aren't ninjas? Haha. I mean, I think they were trying to go for like, you know how in the 80s, I don't know why, but martial arts was such a big thing. Like a lot of people wanted to take like karate, and there was a whole like Karate Kid movie thing. Bruce Lee was a huge influence on a lot of movies after that thing, R.I.P. Yeah, but interesting, Hero Turtles. I like that. I mean, it kind of has a ring. Not the same type of ring, but it's got a ring. Turtle Boy gives a turtle emoji. Nice. Steven says, similar to how you said there's a proper way of doing that, there's also a proper way of behavior in costume or with props. I actually like that. I'm glad they do that. Like at Disneyland, you can't be in costume unless you are actually a part of cast or under a certain age. Like, I've actually seen a tall teenager get pulled in by security, very, very low key, but I was like right beside them. He was wearing a Darth Vader mask and the whole costume. He had to go with security and was taken away from the Disney grounds. So they're serious about that stuff because anybody can put on a costume and potentially, you know, terrorize the public, I suppose. AK says a true legend, which you surely know, is Julie Simone. She used to live in LA years ago, but is pretty easy to find online. I actually don't know who this person is that you're talking about. So, she's in Texas. Interesting. Yeah, she's a Navy and Hall of Fame director. I don't know who she is or, that's interesting. Okay. Now I am educated. Stephen, for instance, if it's a gun prop, it stays slung or holstered unless being filmed with it, and it is not pointed in any direction other than directed by the person filming it. Oh, that's kind of like Renaissance Fair then. Like you can have like sheathed swords, but they have to be sheathed and for decoration only. If they see anybody taking it out, you're out, or they confiscate it. Or you have to be part of a guild or like some sort of entertainer, like a legitimate entertainer that they hired. Keyboard warrior, why would word ninja be offensive? Because they're like taking in something of Asian culture and just like tacking it on to a TV show to make it like a commodity. Like, even though, they're animals and they have like a martial arts master, like, this show is made by white people, like Caucasian people. And so I feel like to be politically correct in this day and age, they probably needed to change that. That's what I'm guessing. Don't quote me on it. That's just my perspective on that. AK says, you have great hands for a over mouth covering from ear to ear. I mean, my hand's not that big. They only look big from there, but like, I can cover my own mouth, I guess, in a certain way. Stephen, Khan's security went to him asking him to intervene in a situation that required law enforcement action, and when he said he was just cosplaying Rick from Walking Dead, they reported him for impersonating. Ooh, rough. Goddess Playground says maybe the St. Louis Julie Simone. I'm trying to Google her too, haha. Yes, she was in AK says she was in LA and then New York and now in St. Louis. She's an icon of the industry. I don't hear a lot about her, but yeah. Good to know. Let's see. Benny says, hi, Mistress Mara. Hello. Nice to see you too. Carl says, I think TMNT also caused controversy when New York kids went down into the sewers. Oh my gosh, I didn't know they even did that. Man, kids do crazy things these days. Again, things were better in the 90s because kids just like wanted to hang out and chill, They weren't like doing any of this weird stuff. A new girl says, have you ever played with a scarf around your sub? Yes, I have. I mentioned, like, somebody asked what my favorite way to gag someone was, and that's kind of what I used. I also use scarves to blindfold people. Goddess Playground, this is interesting. This is one of the first live streams I've been a part of where I don't feel like I'm a part of someone's inside joke 24/7. I try to make it relatable or like open to everybody because it's not cool if you just are inside someone's joke 24/7. That's kind of like exclusive almost. And I mean, that's cool if you want to do that, but that's not who I am, so. I prefer to be all-inclusive. To each their own. Hey Kay, love the idea of screaming for help and unable to do so. with the gag. Had a mistress who enjoyed that a lot and clicked very well when sessioning. I'm not really into like screaming, but I guess if you're in a kidnapping role play, I mean, that's kind of like appropriate, I suppose. I usually tend to make my subs moan. Steven says, but aside from that, back to the issue of yaoi and yuri paddles. Also, another problem of age of consent and random strangers, even if consent could potentially be underage, and most anime/gaming cons aren't 18 plus. I thought they were. I thought you had to be 18 and over. I guess I don't go to many of them, so I don't know. Benny's asking, what is the situation there after the American presidential election, Mistress Mara? Knock on wood, nothing yet. I mean, I think a lot of people are really glad about it, and then all the, states that aren't glad are in the middle, so there haven't been any riots, luckily, here in LA, and everything has been, I mean, people have parties, they're celebrating, but they've been pretty good. Steven says they may have panels and specific events that are 18 plus, but the whole entire venue isn't age restricted. Interesting. I feel like all the ones that I've been to were age restricted, and it wasn't yaoi or yuri or whatever geared. AK, moan, yes, haha. Carl says, these live streams are perfection. They add an extra facet to you, Miss Mara. Oh, what kind of facet? I'm curious. What kind of facet do you see here that you don't see on the normal videos that I put out? AK, what area of LA are you based at? I reside in the Valley, the San Fernando Valley. However, and I session in Van Nuys. But I have other play spaces that I can go to if I need to. So I have options. Mohammed says, I've never seen a Dom that would do a live stream this long for free. Love you. Well, that's why I have people tip me to, do specific things. I won't say specific things for free. I won't show certain things for free. But, yeah. Hello, Leather Hitman. Nice to see you on here. All right. Adding a little bit more light. Anugra says, I love scarves. I will finish administration in your website to become a sub. Very good. AK, yes, very thankful for your time and fair enough on the tips. It is your work/income. It is also my time, and time is money. But like I mentioned earlier, I want to connect with a lot of people, so. Goddess Playground says, Mohammed, that's what I'm saying, and she isn't stingy with certain info. She's not full of herself like most are. Thanks, that means a lot. I'm literally like this all the time. I'm not putting on any airs because I don't have the energy for that. And I'm like this in session as well. So I am who I am online as I am in person. Like if you say hi to me on the street and recognize me, I'll say hi. Steven says, if you wanted to paddle me, I'd let you. Just curious how much those types of sessions cost or a specific thing. I'd have to exchange for that if that's an option. Do you have any specific way you'd prefer to do that? You would have to go through my website and fill out the RSVP form. All of the costs of my tributes are dependent on your fetishes and how much like resources I'm gonna have to pull or how many things that we're going to do in session. because I'm not going to charge the same for someone who wants to worship my feet as for someone who wants me to tie them in rope, do electro play, do CBT, do all these other things. Like, I don't think it's fair to charge the same. So I actually, price differently for those things. And the only exchange that I would say is if you are doing like a full day's worth of shooting with me. So like, filming content, or if you are driving me places and if you look at my personal subs YouTube video, it kind of gives a little bit more of what I expect from a relationship, and those things would apply to what you're asking as well. Yes, Anugra, is the answer to your questions. Carl says openness, talkative, friendliness, honesty, noble, intellect. Are you saying my other YouTube videos are not intellectual or talkative or friendly? I don't know how I feel about that. Carl says, sorry, I hit the enter key too soon. No problem. AK, would you take on a session where someone wished to be just tied up, struggling and escape, and not much more, or would that be boring? I would make it entertaining for myself. It would be majority of that, and I would just tie them up in different ways. I wouldn't just leave them in one tie unless that's something that they really wanted to try to solve. Like I've experienced a sub who tried to get out of a tie for 45 minutes, one tie. And at the end of it, they were really tired, but their session was only an hour anyway, an hour and a half. I can't remember, but at the end of it, it was just like aftercare and just talking. So yeah. Carl says, whoops, I walked into that one. You did, but you're not denying it either. So I don't know if my videos are still those things or not. Also, just to round out what you guys were mentioning earlier about how like some people withhold information, I think that's so crappy for somebody to do. Like it kind of reminds me of how like girls ask other girls like, oh, where did you get that item? And the other girl doesn't want to say where it's from because she doesn't want the other girl to get it. It's like, they're never gonna, A, you didn't make that item. B, you're not selling that item. And C, you're probably not going to be seen with that other person wearing the same item. So like, I really dislike it when other girls are just like, oh, I can't remember where I got it from, but you actually know for sure that that person is lying or does know but doesn't want to tell you. Like, I feel like it's kind of that situation where like, so what if they have the information? Like, it's up to them to do something about it or to do something with it, and they're going to find it some other way somehow with enough digging or by asking other people or something. So it's like, why not just be the person? Like, if they're truly asking you, like, or if you're truly asking me for something and you're putting yourself out there and genuinely want to know something, like, that's already a sign of respect. And I feel it also depends on how you say it, how you deliver that. But I mean, I usually give back how I'm treated, because I appreciate the golden rule, and the golden rule is treat others the way you want to be treated. And so that's kind of the rule that I live by, and it sucks that not everybody sees it that way. We're human, so we have human free will, and that's that. But I'm glad that you guys see that side of me, and I appreciate that. Anugra says, I love your entertaining lesson to your sub. I have finished your administration on your website, so I'll just hold my position at your feet right now. What you can do is like all my videos, give it a thumbs up, all of them, and then if you're done with that, go onto my Instagram and like all of my photos as well. I don't like lazy subs. I don't like subs that just sit at my feet. I like proactive subs, so you can do those things. Carl says, this is what I see on your live streams. I haven't watched your other YouTube vids yet, Miss Mara. Ooh, you should watch my other videos. They are good. I feel like you can start by watching my interviews and my short films. Steven says, when I asked, do you have a favorite way of doing that, I meant, do you have a favorite position or anything, like over your lap or my hands on the wall or over a chair, table, desk, etc. Honestly, I put people in positions that I feel like at the time, but over the lap is pretty standard, or on a cross. AK, how much rope do you own? Rope is my kink, lol. I own 3 hanks of black cotton rope, 3 hanks of red cotton rope, 2 hanks of Japanese jute rope, and then 4 hanks of really new jute and hemp combination rope, if that makes sense, from Japan. Those last 2 are from Japan. Steven says, makes note to go back and check her videos. Good. And like all of them too. That'll be your assignment until the next live stream. Anugra says, okay, thank you for your explanation to me. I will like your whole video and your Instagram. That's what you command. Yes, that is my command. AK says, cool, we'll see if you can use all of them on me when I book a session. Haha, go for it. Goddess Playground says, yes, or what websites work, networking wise, etc. Like, we could all network together and we'd all probably benefit more than what we are individually. I feel like yes and no, because I still feel like there's alternative motives to some people. Like, I had another mistress, so-called mistress, come up to me and want to become friends, and then later on, and she was super nice in front of my face, and then behind my back would try to undermine me in certain ways with like specific, I have 2 specific examples, and after that I was like, yeah, no, we're not friends. I don't tolerate that stuff. I have a 3-strike rule, and that person was not getting a 3rd strike. That person was already out because of the gravity of their actions. So it depends on the context, obviously, but I mean, in general, like, I don't try to burn bridges. I try to be as open as possible, and then if people want to be, you know, jealous or resentful or anything other negative things, or not want to engage or support, then that's on them. But I'm not letting that bring me down, because I'm not going to torture myself over their poor decisions. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, and since I love what I do it in an ethical way, and in a way that makes me happy and makes other people happy. Then I can go to bed and I can go to sleep every night knowing that I've done good in the world, and that's good enough for me. Jay, you mentioned that subs clean your shoes in an older video. How can I sign up for that? I haven't shined boots or shoes since the Air Force. Ooh, that means you're trained. You can do that by completing my RSVP form on dominamaro.com. and we can go from there. Because I'm sure we can involve play in that as well if you want a session out of that. Anugra, I'm not sure what you're asking. You said work together like both of you, mistress. Play like me, sub. That's cool. If you're a sub, then yes, I would play with you if you request a session with me. Not sure what you're asking. AK, do you date or have a boyfriend? How does that collide with your professional life? I always wonder if all doms look or need that at all. So I'm not going to answer that because that's private to me, who I have personal relations with. However, in previous videos and streams, I've said that a lot of professionals have they have lovers, they have relationships, personal romantic relationships. And I think that I can only be with someone if they allow me to be who I am. So they know exactly what I do from the get-go. They have to be okay with it. They have to be okay with me playing with other people, whether that's professionally or lifestyle. And you know, I don't want children, so that's not going to be an issue of me wanting or needing a family, because my work is fulfilling enough for me. And yeah. AK says, from the outside world, it seems like quite a solitary life, so was wondering. Not at all. All the people that I play with make my work so fulfilling. Like, it's so rewarding because I get to be the person that everybody in my life comes to facilitate their interests, because they can't find it anywhere else, or they don't want it from anywhere else. And I think that's really special. AK says, that's great to hear. Yeah. AK says, true, hard to find anywhere else. I mean, you can look and you can try different people. I've had a lot of regulars like try other people and then come back to me because I have something that other people don't, or there's just something about me that they find missing from other people. Like recently, I had a sub tell me, well, I've had multiple subs tell me this, but like very recently, like two days ago or yesterday, somebody emailed me and said, you know, you're the most kind dom that I've ever interacted with, and your connection seems very real. It doesn't, like, he said that he had sessions with other people, but it wasn't like they wanted more than just sessioning and playing, if that makes sense. Like, they were there, they were kind, you know, but it was kind of about the money and not necessarily about making sure that, you know, maybe he had fun, or like that there was anything more than the session. And clearly, as you guys are seeing from me streaming for free, you know, like, that's, I do it for fun. AK says, yes, it makes sense. I can see that you come across as honest, upfront person and someone who enjoys what you do. I mean, like, Goddess Playground says, similar to Red Book, if you remember that one, the forums were amazing and helpful. Actually, I'm not familiar with that. Is it still active? I can look it up now, but yeah, I don't have time to waste, honestly, and that's kind of why I just don't. Oh, Red Book magazine? Huh, interesting. Yeah, I don't like wasting my time, and so I will cut to the chase. Like, a lot of people on like dating apps or how do you say, like FET, they'll contact me and then they'll be like trying to get to know me by small talk, and I'm just like, what is your intention of messaging me? And to answer your other questions, like, here's my YouTube channel, because I don't want to have to answer the same things over and over again. That's kind of why I made my YouTube channel, is because I'm just tired of answering the same things over and over and over and over again. Whereas I can just like link somebody now, like I did in the chat. And it's, you know, about, you know, if somebody wants to be my personal sub, like, how can they do that? And yeah. AK says, wish we had people like you in New Zealand. Here it's so small and hard to find good mistresses. It's only at 5 million people, so I always have to travel to see who I want to session with. Yes. Where in New Zealand are you? Steven says, if a sub wants to practice this with someone who's not very experienced or never had anyone who's wanted to be dominated by them before, what are ways they can make it more enjoyable for the newbie? Go to classes together. A, you'll learn a lot. B, you'll learn safety zones. C, you'll also learn different techniques and how other people play, and then you can integrate that and take what you want from it and then make it your own. I always, always, always encourage classes. Or be mentored by somebody. Like, that also might be in the vein of classes, but, you know. Or go to events and watch other people. Be voyeurs. You don't have to play. When events happen again, of course. Anugra says, Cocoon and Sissy Transform is really cool. Nothing a sub can do in front of you. Thank you. Goddess Playground says, Anugra, no, that's double doming. I'm speaking more of doms coming from together like as business contacts, using references and getting reference on seasoned subs. That's the vibe we had a few years ago. Yeah, I still do that. But I actually know, like, I'm pretty... Yeah. She says, as the new age doms came around, a lot of that started to disappear, thus leaving us with the sugar baby craze that's unfortunately getting too close to comfort in the BDSM world. I totally agree with you 100%. There's a lot of Insta-doms that think that they can do all of this and who are on social media because they claiming that they are doms when they're not. They've never had an in-person session. They've never gone to a class. They've never paid or paid to play, like meaning they've never paid to be in an event and see how other people play. They have never done anything except for be on camera or like take photos of themselves in like, you know, whatever dom wear. Even holding, I've seen girls in like baby doll lingerie holding a flogger, like a really poorly made flogger that you could tell they got on Amazon or some sort of cheaper. I'm not gonna bash Amazon because there are some stuff on there that you can find that you can pay for that are quality, but like you can tell it was really cheap, and I don't abide by that. Like, that's why I tell people to make and do their due diligence of research. If that person has a proper website, who has, if you can ask other doms around them, know that that person plays, you can see how they play through, like, I have a clip store, and you can see how I play with other people, and you know that I know my anatomy and that I know what my limits are with other people. Like, that's who you want to play with. Somebody who's experienced, not just somebody who can tell you, like, to give you their money, you know, so. AK says, Auckland, the biggest city, only 1.2 million people. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. Steven says, where can these classes be found and enrolled in? Right now, a lot of people are doing like online classes, I believe. I am not seeking them, so I would encourage you to do your research because there are There are people who are doing their own individual stuff. I'm just not a part of that because I don't necessarily need to take any classes for anything that I'm seeking right now. I've taken all the classes that I needed to get me to the point where I am. But yeah, I would just do your research online. I'm sure something will pop up via Google. In LA, there were spaces that you could take classes at, but none of those spaces are open right now. So I would also check in if you have like a local sexy store. Maybe they did classes or know of people who do classes. I did a panel earlier in the year at Pleasure Chest here in LA, and that can be found on my YouTube channel also. I filmed the whole thing. AK says the Instadoms are usually the financial dominatrix one. Sorry, but they disgust me. You don't have to be sorry. They are not my favorite either, and I don't think that they should be calling themselves doms because, like I said, a true dominant has experience and has gone through the. I was taught old school. Like I was taught in person, on the spot. I even had stuff tried on me, and if you don't have the time or the openness to try those things yourself or like be mentored by someone else who's training you on another sub, you're not it for me. Like you can. Anugra says, yeah, I've seen many doms like that, even lesson or something, and I know they have never had experience. Yeah, there's a ton of girls who are like doing clips and stuff, and it's great for the fantasy. It's great to make money off of people's fantasies and like their interests. But as for real BDSM connections, yeah, you want someone who has the experience and who is trained. Teddy. Let me see. Okay. Teddy says, if you are a male sub, or if you're a male sub and you want to sit on him, would you sit on his face or roll him up with his butt up in the air and sit on him that way? I've sat on people in many different situations. So you're just gonna have to book a session with me to find out how. I've even sat on people while they were tied up in rope, so it's great. Steven says, I'm all the way in a Hicktown Blackwoods part in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. Aw. I've been to Cleveland. I've been to the Rock and Roll, is it Hall of Fame? That was a really cool thing to visit. I was only there for the day. Robbie says, chores / errands and cleaning. I'm interested on how someone translates real life into servitude and subs. Watch my personal subs video on YouTube to get a sense of what I'm looking for, because I do not want people to clean my house. I would prefer someone to chauffeur me and to serve me in other ways. Goddess Playground says, ultimately dangerous for sub and dom. Are you talking about the instant ones? If yes, then yes. AK says, you made an investment in yourself, and I can see that. I've had my fair amount of sessions and can tell straight away when someone is not fake. Yes. I mean, if you've had experience as a sub, whether that's paid or not, you will know if somebody is experienced or not. And that's not to say that they're fake. It's just to say that they're new and they're trying to be something that they're not. So you have to kind of really gauge. And again, this is all like relative to people's experiences. Like if you have more experiences than them, but they're not necessarily novice, like you'll still know more from what you've experienced than them because you're on different levels. Just something to keep in mind. Anugra says, only you, Miss Mara, can explain how to do something that Mistress does to a sub or something else. Okay. Yes. Teddy says, how do you take Skype sessions? It depends on what your interests are, but I would say if you RSVP through my dominamara.org or dominamara.com website, we can go from there and schedule something based on your interests. AK says, at Steven, you are closer to her than me, so look for the half glass full. I was in Hawaii earlier this year, so that's closer. And I plan on returning there, probably to a different island though, in the future. If you are subscribed to my newsletter, you'll know and get the monthly newsletters and be able to see where I'm traveling to next. Steven says, I only go to that for a few hours. It's like almost 6 to 8 hour drives from where I live. I'm about 2 hours from an hour or two from south of Columbus. Ah, I see. Not going to consider myself hopeless. I'll drink to that on the note of glass half full. Well, here, I'm out, so I'm going to grab, what else do I have in here? Ooh, I've got some bourbon. I got some Kentucky straight bourbon that I will cheers you with. Man, the sounds on these are really low today. Okay. Cheers! AK, what Asian country is your background from, if you don't mind me asking? You mean what is my ethnicity? I am Chinese, Filipino, and Spanish. Carl, I looked up the real deal in the dictionary and it said Mistress Mara. Thank you, Carl. Goddess Playground. Yes, in person, me too. I volunteered to be a sub for a well-known mistress here in the Bay when I was comfortable learning the ropes of dominating, which I clearly rolled with since. Who did you train under, if I may ask? AK, Hawaii is so cool. I've been there. Oahu and the Big Island. 8 hours trip from New Zealand. Yes, I've been to those two as well. I went to Oahu this year, and then I went to the Big Island a few years back. And it was awesome. I biked and ziplined. I biked from the top of the volcano down and then ziplined twice. That was the first time I ever ziplined, actually. So that was really cool. Steven says, I'm touched, Mistress Mara. Thank you for the cheers, ma'am. That means a lot to me. Oh, you're welcome. Also, it's really bad luck to like cheers and not like have anybody cheers you back. And you shouldn't cheers with a glass of water. Or an empty glass. I found that out recently. You're not supposed to do that. Goddess Playground says, love your girls. Goddess Playground says, love your videos, girl. Chat again soon. I gotta go. Much love and peace and respect. Yvette. Oh, okay. Thank you for coming by and joining my stream. Have a good night. AK, oh cool. Spanish is my my first language. I learned Spanish. I actually learned how to count when I was a baby because my dad is from Brazil. And he speaks Spanish, Portuguese, and English and Shanghainese fluently. My parents are such show-offs with languages. They're like, my mom's the one from the Philippines, so she speaks like Tagalog, Mandarin, English, some Spanish, understands Portuguese because of Spanish, and because we lived there for 2 years, like in Brazil. It's like crazy, and I'm just conversational in Spanish. But I guess that's better than nothing. Like English and Spanish is a pretty big one since I'm in LA and we're right by Mexico yeah, it's pretty easy language to learn. Steven says, I have some Colombian blood in me. My grandpa on my dad's side of the family is a retired colonel from the Colombian regime. Connections to him got me training with their anti-narcotics task force. Whoa, that's cool. That's really cool. AK says, yes, been to Brazil many times. I'm originally from Argentina, but moved to New Zealand almost 20 years ago. Oh, I lived in Buenos Aires for 2 years before I lived in Argentina. I lived in Sao Paulo. So I moved from San Francisco. I'm originally from San Francisco and moved to Buenos Aires for 2 years when I was like 8 to 9. And then from 10 to 12, I lived in Sao Paulo. And I visited like everywhere. I visited Rio, I visited Minas Gerais, I visited Bahia. Yeah, it was really good. I have a terrible accent though, Portuguese accent. Steven says, I tried for the U.S. Army Delta Force and Marines before that, but my type 1 diabetes made me automatically fail the medical exam. I was told that the medical condition cannot be waived. Ooh, really? I didn't know that they would like flunk you just for that. That sucks. Well, I'm glad and I appreciate you trying anyway. Like, that's cool. AK says, I was born in Buenos Aires and lived there until I was 27 years old. Great city. They had awesome food, but I hate to say it, that's where I experienced racism for the first time. I went to an all-girls British school and like was the only Asian in the school, and everybody didn't like me for that. Even the Americans and the British people, because I guess I went to school with a bunch of like elitist Argentinians, and they were either descendants or thought they were descendants of Europeans. And so, yeah. AK says, oh, sorry to hear. That's not good. Yeah, it kind of sucked, but they had really good ice cream. My favorite place to go was Fredo's. I don't know if you are familiar, but I loved that place. Carl says, what's the capital of Brazil? Catches a lot of people out. It's Brasilia. Brasilia. Fucking hell. Brazil? They say Brazil. And Brasilia. AK, Fredo, yes. Yeah, dude, like, their, how do you call it? Their, Milanesa in Argentina was bomb. Oh, yes, and they're just they're Alfredos. That's one thing. Okay, so like maybe a lot of things, but I really like their food. So their chicken or their pork milanesa was my favorite thing to eat with like a lime wedge. And then dulce de leche, like in the Alfredo, was really good. And then Alfredo's ice cream and gelatos were bomb. AK says, yes, milanesas are great. Steven says, I can't stand racism. A friend of mine from high school had a grandpa who served in Vietnam, and there was a colored recruit in his unit who joined up with him and he became friends with. And everyone else gave him shit for befriending that guy because of color. It's so stupid. Like, I talked about this in a previous live stream, but like all racism shows is the fact that you are uncultured. Like, we're talking about different countries right now, and it's like such a cool thing to bond over because that means you've lived in the country or you visited and you've experienced something other than what you're used to. In AK's case, he was born in Buenos Aires but is now living in New Zealand, and I think that's awesome. Like, my dad was born in Brazil and now lives in America. Like, my mom was born in the Philippines and is now in America, and they've acclimated to things and they've changed over time. And I think that's really awesome. I think that if you're really narrow-minded to a certain color of skin, that just shows that you were always narrow-minded and you're not willing to change. And that's what I love about travel, is that you really get to experience the food, the language, the dance, the music of that culture, and really like take it back home with you, you know, and make those memories and make it seem like there's more out there and that you got to be a part of it too. AK says racism is pure ignorance, and that's the way I see it. 100% agree. Steven says, regardless of whether he's black or white, he's still my teammate and a good soldier. I had to rely on him to do his job, and he had to rely on me to do mine. That's what he said. And I agree with that totally. Like, he's a human being. Human beings should be for other human beings. And if they aren't, then fuck them. You don't need them anyway. You're there to protect other human beings. And you can do that by relying on other people who can rely on you. That's like part of the golden rule. It's like, treat others as how you want to be treated. If you don't want to be treated with racism, then don't treat other people like that. If you want to be treated in a way that somebody's going to save your ass on the line when you're out there in the field, they're going to want the same thing back. It's equal exchange. AK says, I bet you tried mate in Argentina. Yes, I did. And I drank from the wooden thing with the silver straw. It was so good. It's like one of the best teas that I still remember because it was awesome. And I really like pulp, and it had like that tea leaf pulpy like goodness in it. Some people don't like the texture, but I really liked it. And I tried it when I was young. All right, I'm gonna take a pause here to go. AK says, yes, some made out of pumpkin. Yeah, I think the one that he had was like made out of, I thought like coconut husk, but I could be wrong. I'm gonna take a quick break to go to the restroom really quick, but I will be right back. So, pause. Back. All right. Whew. Trying to keep my hair not flat. But my hair is so damn long that it's like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what to do with it. I like want to cut it and then I don't want to cut it. So. Wow, I've been streaming for over 2 hours already. Man, time goes by when I'm having fun. Where would you guys want to travel next if you could? Or do you like traveling? Let's start with that. AK says went to the baño too. Yeah, I mean, I've been hydrating really well, so. Carl says, wonders, do they sell BRB signs on Amazon? It sucks because like on Twitch, I think you can have like a pause button, and I actually have like a be right back sign there. But I don't know if I want to have like a big sign just to put it on online. I mean, I don't take very long, as you could see. Like, I was back in like less than 2 minutes, so yeah. AK, is OnlyFans the best way to follow and support you? Honestly, like, it would mean a lot if you subscribe to all of my stuff. So like YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. OnlyFans has content that's like behind the scenes or it's like sneak peeks of what's going to happen with photography shoots, or like behind the scenes of like actual sessions, or like clips of stuff that has happened that made me like, that maybe is too explicit or something for Twitter or YouTube. But I can post there and it's exclusive to that anyway. And then my stars.avn.com account has more like sexy times if you're into like cucking or whatever. AK says, yes, I've been following on Twitter for quite a while. I'm not on Instagram. I haven't been for a while on Instagram because like I've just been posting every so often and not really improving the numbers because I've been taken down twice for non-explicit content that I've created myself. And it's been, I made 2 videos on this. I made a rant about my art and a rave about my art. And yeah, I've said what I needed to say about that. But that's kind of why I'm also focusing more on YouTube, is because I can create faster content and I get more views that way. And I like doing it. It also allows me to share my visual creative side because I poured so many hours. I poured over 3 years of making content through photography, as you can see on my portraits page on dominamara.com. And hardly anyone is seeing that because I'm not getting the engagement, or I've been shadow banned on Instagram, and it's not worth me putting in the effort to create everything because I do everything myself. I conceptualize everything, I stylize everything, I shoot everything, or if I'm getting someone else to shoot for me, I art direct them to shoot, and then I edit every single photo I put out into the world. And why am I doing that if no one's gonna see it, or if like, you know, people don't engage with it? At least on YouTube, if people watch my stuff, they can thumbs up. If they join my live stream, they can tip me. I've pinned my Amazon wishlist at the top, and people have bought from that as a way to say thank you, which is really nice. So Jay says, thanks for the Amazon link. Thank you. I hope you purchase something off of there. Holidays are coming up. Is that a sin? Good morning, Mara. I'm very happy that you started your YouTube channel. Hello, Mistress Izada. It's hard for us to be on platforms. It is important to focus on the ones that matter. Thank you so much for the tip. Mistress Izada has tipped with a sticker that says, keep it up. Yeah. Yeah, we were just discussing earlier, Mistress Izada, that, you know, a lot of people were thanking me for being online and for streaming for free because a lot of other mistresses wouldn't do it for free. And I can totally understand that because they make it a business. But for me, like, this is also kind of my outlet where I want to connect with a lot of my followers that I don't get to in the way, like, if I post a video, they can watch it and they'll engage with it, but it's not the same as me actually like talking to them live and answering questions that I think are simple enough that, you know, could be beneficial for them to hear from my mouth. You know, and it doesn't take a lot of time to answer these questions. And some conversations I welcome a longer conversation because I really like where it's going or I like the topic. So Steven says, in its own respective way, would it not be appropriate to consider what you do in the sessions with your subs to also be an art? Isn't it possible for there to be an art just about anything? Yes, I agree 100%, which is why I, you know, create these short films is because I want to show people that I am more than just being in the dungeon, and it's about the human connection, and I am literally creating a piece of art visually to see, for other people to see that. Steven says, for me, it comes down to a matter of passion and creativity. Agreed. Thank you so much. Oh man, I don't speak Korean, but thank you for the Korean one, and the sticker of the coffee or the tea. AK says, you have been very kind with your time, and yes, it's not common for mistresses to do this. It's my pleasure. Jay says, I just purchased, expect package next week. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Mistress Izada says, so nice to see people supporting you with tips. Thank you. And you've been a really great instigator of that. I feel like people learn about tipping by seeing it also being done, because I can only tell them so much and how to do things, but yeah. Anogra says, many mistresses here. Only a couple right now. So the Korean person says, Miss Mara, can I see your gloves? Which gloves would you like to see since you have tipped? I gotta go run and grab them, but which gloves, what kind of gloves are you interested in seeing? Steven says, wait, I'm having connection issues. Why is no one else's comment showing up? So refresh, and then in the chat, go to live chat. There's a tab at the top that says top chat or live chat. Click on that arrow and you can click on live chat and that'll show everybody's. I don't know why, but YouTube likes to say top chat only if you've refreshed or just joined the stream. You have to like select it. Okay, Korean person says anything, leather and latex enamel. Steven says, or wait, here we go. I reopened the chat and fixed it. Yeah. Love to see your leather gloves if I have any in hand. I love leather. Yes, I do. Okay, wait, let me go get it. Carl says, does your Amazon wishlist work well with prepaid cards, MasterCard? I think so. I think you can pay however, as long as it will only ship if they can confirm your card. So that can be like if you purchased a Visa card in, how do you say, like at the grocery store or something, and you register it or you type it in and you have the amount that you can purchase with that, as long as that payment goes through, I will receive the item. However, I've had other people who tried that method and they didn't have enough on their card and it didn't send. So be sure you have enough money on your prepaid card. All right, I'm gonna go run and grab the leather gloves and I will be right back. Okay. Steven said, oh, thank you, Steven, for the tip. There's a sticker that says, you are amazing. Yay. Thank you. So I actually haven't, so I've only shown like 2/3 of my glove collection in my ASMR video. This one I haven't shown yet. So this is really cool. They look like this. They don't look like much right now, but it's actually a glove for like your first finger and your like thumb. So it looks like that. Let me put the other one on. I'll show you this way so that you can actually see the hand going in. It's a little awkward to put on because these don't have any fingers to go in, but yeah. Ooh. You can do like finger guns. But yeah, these are really nice. They're made of real leather, super soft. And I feel like AK says great gloves for hand over mouth. I feel like you could actually do really awesome spanking with this because you'll feel like partial glove, but then you'll feel the hand too, the soft part of the hand. So that's kind of cool. Ooh. Here, I'll give you some ASMR. Well, there's no music in the background. So that's really cool. And these actually are pretty warm. And then I have another one because Mistress Azada likes gloves as well. Ketrock says, bandage me. You got to book a session for that. Mistress Azada says, so beautiful. Thank you. I love gloves too, and I love leather as well. I feel like, is the temperature in Romania like pretty cool most of the year? Steven says, yes, love the thought of that. You've got me wanting to be spanked now. And I love that the zipper is on the side. That way, like, it wouldn't impact while I'm spanking. Mistress Azada says, yes, winters are very cold. Hey, but that's what leather is good for, right? Keeping, yeah, she just said, I like to wear fur and leather a lot. Yep, that's what leather is good for. It's like, you're literally wearing the skin and the hide of like another animal. And so that's what people used to do back in the day too, is how to keep them warm. Carl says, a nice mix of casual, intellectual, and sexy wear. Hello, Krishma. Love from India. Welcome back. All right, so these ones I've actually featured in my leather glove ASMR. However, I'm not putting the whole thing on today because I don't want to deal with that. But they're a very beautiful texture. And they fit on like so. So there's like a little bit of an asymmetrical cut. Steven says, which hand could you spank me harder with, your left or your right, or are you ambidextrous? I'm actually ambidextrous with spanking and flogging. I can flog with both. I can cane with both. I can crop with both. The only thing that I really need to practice is whipping with both. I can do like Florentine whipping, but like actual like precision whipping, I still need to practice more with my left hand. But yes, these are the gloves that I chose for today. Woo! AK, thank you for your tip. And for the sticker, I love these stickers. They're so cute. They make me so happy. They're bright and like colorful. Krishma says at AK, Kiwi dollar. Yes. How do you call your, do you say dollars as well in New Zealand? Steven says, what about using a paddle? Yes, of course. Paddles are easy as well, and I'm ambidextrous with that. I've actually done like paddle in one hand, flogger in another, spanking with one hand, crop in another. Krishma says, yeah, New Zealand dollar. Oh, okay. Cool. Ooh, this one sounds and feels really good. This one's actually softer than the other one. I don't know if you can hear. I'm gonna turn off the music just for a second. Carl says the hand that you write with tends to be the dominant one. That's correct. I'm right hand dominant, but I do a lot of things with my left hand as well. I don't know if you guys can hear this. But yeah, this is kind of how it sounds like if I was rubbing bare skin like a bottom after spanking. Carl says, or AK says, I think for a hand over the mouth is better so I can feel your skin too. Yes, I agree. I also have like fingerless gloves, which also would be good for that too. But I like these because of the texture, and I also like it because it's like an asymmetrical thing. No, I got it, AK. I'm gonna take them off for you. Ooh. AK says, okay, booking my trip to LA soon. Steven says, wow, you really know how to make kinky guys like me lose all self-control, don't you? Blushes. Oh, well, isn't that my specialty? There, refresh the hair a little bit. Steven says, but I guess that's to be expected. You are the Dom after all. Of course. I would hair flip, but I have so much hair. Yeah. Super, super happy to be streaming. It's one of my favorite things, and it's how I like to kind of involve into the weekend. Steven says, so you're supposed to be the one in control, right? Of course I am. Is this a serious question? AK says, what type of session do you look forward to the most? Honestly, it's not even about what necessarily happens in session. It's about the person. Like if I really am excited to see a sub, that means that that person has like contributed to me as a person and my lifestyle in a certain way that it just really makes me happy. So recently, like last month, for example, I played with the same person twice, and he's into tickling. And, you know, for 2 years, and I was the first person he's ever played with. So he was a newbie, like when I was at the house that I started at. And we've known each other for over 6 years now. And it's kind of crazy because like we've grown up on our own, but we've like stayed in contact with each other and seen how each other's grown. And I think that's really cool that you're able to like have your own journey together as a dom and a sub, but also see each other grow as people throughout time. So it's more about the person for me rather than session. But honestly, sessions that allow me to be or do whatever I want at the time. So include like rope, for example, depending on how sensual or sadistic I'm feeling. You know, allow me to kind of be who I want to be in session. Mistress Azada asks, for a life partner, are you rather interested in a vanilla man or a kinkster? And if kinkster, should he be a sub, dom, or switch? So for me personally, I don't think I could just be with a vanilla person. I think, and I've seen so many wonderful relationships, marriages of vanilla people end because one person was kinky and the other person wasn't. It just didn't work out at the end. No matter how many years that they built up, like in the end, somebody always left and said like, hey, I really love you as a person and I want to be with you, but you're really not into the things that I'm into and it's not making like both of us happy at the same time. And so they split. And some of them are still really good friends. Some of them ended poorly, but it doesn't last because I feel like the person who is the kinkster really wants more in life. And like if the vanilla person, and I'm not saying for all of them, I'm saying most of the time, like there are few that I've known that the vanilla person allows the kinkster like husband to go and play with other mistresses, and she knows that he won't leave her for them, but she doesn't want to hear about it. So it's like, and don't ask, don't tell. Like she allows him like maybe once a month to go see his mistress, but she doesn't want to hear about it. They don't ever bring it up. But she has consented to him doing that because that's something he needs in his life. And she has the confidence that he won't leave her for the mistress and that the mistress won't take him away from her. So there's like a huge variety of things that could happen. But for me personally, I feel like I need to be with someone who is also kinky, and it depends on our dynamic. I think for me, they cannot be like a dom figure. I'm the dom. There are different dynamics though that I have explored that I really like that lean towards switching. But I'm not a sub. I've bottomed before. I don't really enjoy it. I prefer being someone's like at least equal. And you know, like I've received like a spank here or there, that have been for fun. I receive spanks from other females that like to play with me. If there are other doms, like I'm co-topping with another female dom, like we'll spank each other for fun or just to tease like the sub, and I really like that. Like I genuinely like that interaction. Because it's just like two girls having fun, you know, at that point, regardless that we are the doms in the situation. But as for romantic, I think that's where I kind of currently stand. I don't like someone else doming me, and I prefer to be the dom if ever, and I will never be the sub. So, yeah. I hope that answers your question. AK says, rope, yes. Krishma says, so sub marrying a vanilla girl is a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think if there's an understanding that it may or may not work in the long run, you have to have that in your mind, like as preparation for that. And also, like, you have to, if you do tell them, you have to be able to, you know, have that conversation if it ever comes up that you are kinky with them. Mistress Azada says, my husband is a switch as well. I'm in a 24/7 TPE relationship with him, but I'd like to be dominant couple with him for all my cuck boys. Yeah, and I think that's super healthy. I think like if you can integrate like your professional life with your personal life in a healthy way, meaning like not to make anybody jealous, but if it's consented all across the board and everybody knows where you stand in your dynamic with each person, then yeah, it's fine. The only issue I feel like with that though is if your cuck boys start getting jealous, or if your husband gets jealous. And I'm curious, has that ever happened with you in your experiences? And how did you deal with that? Because that's something that you know, I think varies from person to person and the situation to situation, of course. Krishma says, in India, mostly you have to go with arranged marriages and more cultural and traditional families. Yeah, I guess they are still doing that. In some Asian cultures, it's like that too, especially if like there's two really affluent like businesses, or like they want to merge like, how do you call? Not businesses, but like, like statuses, then they'll do that too. So I don't know. I've never really dealt with any Kingsters or subs that have been in arranged marriages, but I mean, I can see them wanting to explore other things that they weren't able to, and how that would affect them leading a possible double life or something. AK says, I agree. I've seen that in the long run, in most cases, do not work. Yeah. I mean, and it's not to say that I'm not rooting for them. Like, of course I want both of those parties to be happy. But in order for them to be happy, usually people have to be in the same playing field, literally and figuratively. Carl says, I feel like these live streams are the... Oh, man. I don't know if I'm going to say this right. I'm going to look this up because... Woo! I just attached my cord to my phone that is streaming. And I'm going to look up how to say this because I don't want to sound like an idiot. Okay. Because it's a French word. All right. Nope, that's a bad video. Let's try this one.
Yeah, or Verizon. The name Verizon is a portmanteau of very.
Ugh, portmanteau sounds so American. I'm pretty sure there's a different way to say it in French. Let's see.
Bonjour, this is Julia. This is normally pronounced as portmanteau, which literally...
Portmanteau. It's so delicate. Portmanteau. Word. Entertainment, education. Okay. Education and entertainment here. Edutainment, Carl says. Yes, thank you for noticing. Okay. Steven says, no problem for the sticker, but that sounds appropriate. You actually are amazing. Thank you. Mr. Sasada says, my husband is not jealous because he has his special place in my life and he knows it. Good. That's amazing. I love that he's confident that, and you give him that confidence. Okay, that's awesome. Mr. Sasada says, my devotees are often jealous. It's natural for them to be, but with communication and one-to-one time, they're always managed to keep their emotions under control and realized how lucky they are to serve me and my husband. I'm always open and transparent in all of my relationships, and I think that helps. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And if I was going to be doing something like that to that extent, where I have like a lot of, cucks, like I would be the same way. And tell them like, look, this is my primary. You guys know it. You guys, from the get-go, understand that he will always be my primary and my bull, and you guys are here along for the ride. So I agree with that 100%. Carl says portmanteau. Yeah, but like the way Americans say it versus how French people say it, like, is so different. That's why I want to try to get the most authentic pronunciation as possible. AK says, have you ever force tied someone like wrestling or form of foreplay for the sub to end up tied? I've done that with CBT, and I love it with CBT because I can literally lead them around by that. Krishma says, in India, rich or poor, arranged marriages happen in the same state, same religion, same caste, same astrology sign, same financial status, etc. It's a huge mess, and dominant females are non-masochist. Yeah, that's really intense, and that's kind of unfortunate that they still have that tradition, but yeah. Krishma says men are looked down upon. Mistress Azada says, thank you, Miss Mara. Thank you, Mara. You're welcome. Steven says, for that amount, what would you be willing to show us? Any collection of handcuffs or paddles or pairs of chunky 90s style shoes? Let's see. I can show you some of my toys, I guess. I actually have a pair of handcuffs that I really want to play with that I haven't played with yet and I haven't shown at all, so I can go grab those. Mr. Sazada says, must go now. Baby twins are up. Must get them ready for kindergarten. It was a pleasure. Thanks for stopping by and for the tip. It's always a pleasure on my end as well to have you. So thank you, Mr. Sazada. And have a great day. Steven says, whichever of those within reason. Okay, I will go grab the handcuffs because those are pretty easy. Carl says French, in my opinion, is not the most phonetic language. I agree. Because it has like that kind of guttural, visceral thing, like, huh? So, and like a lot of tons, like croissant, poissant, poissant, like drink and fish sound the same, minus the accent in certain places. AK says, I would love to see some rope. All right, I will grab one of each. BRB. I would normally actually take you guys along to, like, I would take my phone with me to go and see these things, but maybe another time. So this set of cuffs is actually from Pleasure Chest, which I actually mentioned earlier. This is a place that I did my panel at earlier this year that you could check out on my YouTube channel. So this is a store, and when you open it up, it's got a beautiful like velvet thing to hold the cuffs in, and it's super bedazzled. So these are the cuffs. Really gorgeous. They're pretty hefty, but yeah, make great sounds for locking. And come with a set of keys, which are really beautiful. So yeah. Steven says, those look amazing. AK says, no way out of those. Definitely not. So those are my cuffs. And then this is the newer rope, and you can tell that it's newer because it's got all these like fuzzy fibers. My rope that I've used a lot of is super smooth and conditioned with like body oils. So yeah, this is like one of the newer ones that I got from Japan, and they tie them off with like these really cute, I guess, colored ties, and they have different colors for the amount of millimeters, sorry, of thickness for the rope. So this is a, how do you call it? Like a hemp jute mix. And yeah, I believe this is a I think this is an 8mm. Steven says, I would love to have those on me and put on me. Carl says, I feel like now I want to arrest myself. Why would you arrest yourself? I can arrest you. AK says, how long will it take you to put someone into a hog tie? If I was rushing, 1 minute. If I was taking my time, 5 minutes. Because I really enjoy taking time with rope. Like, the people who really like rope like to feel the texture of things. So, yeah. And I always like to have them tied like this for easy access so that you can grab them easy, and it's neater that way, and easy to pull out so that you can unravel them. But yeah. Paddle, huh? Do I have a paddle on hand? I have the one from Libazila that I actually showed in my latest video nearby. AK says, the way you handled the rope, I can tell you know what you're doing. I mean, if you're gonna buy expensive ass rope from Japan, you better know what you're doing, because that in itself is already an investment. So you better have invested into classes beforehand. Otherwise, it's a waste of the rope, quite honestly. But yeah. I do prefer rope though over the cuffs, just because, like I mentioned, like it's so versatile. Look at how like tightly I could even wrap this tighter if I wanted to. Whereas the cuffs are like, the only thing that you can adjust is like the wrist width, and I mean that can be cool, but that's all you can do. And then what, you like cuff them around? You have to find something to cuff them around as well, like a cage or like another metal piece. Whereas this one, you don't need anything else. Like, you can tie them around something else, but you can also just tie the person to themselves, and I do that often. AK says, yes, taking time to tie sounds like a dream. I mean, why rush it? It's an art form. They literally call it the art of kimbaku, or the art of shibari, for a reason. AK says, with rope you can enjoy your work once you have the person tied, which is what I did in my film Cocoon. I enjoyed having her just lay there for a little bit and, you know, be my human furniture. Why not? Steven says, I'd rather simply just have my hands restrained in front of me while I'm being spanked or paddled so I can't reach back to block the swats or rub. I would just have them in front of you, honestly. Yeah, I would do that as well. Or under you. Like, if you're over my lap, I would cross your arms over me, or over yourself, and then tie around you. Or if you are on the ground on your knees and elbows, or your shoulders, I can tie your wrists to your ankles as well. Or by your knees. AK says, have you taken classes in Japan? No, not yet. But like I mentioned, I've taken classes under Master K, who is an official master recognized by the Japanese, and his sensei was full Japanese as well. Carl says, has it been 3 hours already? Yes, it has. It goes by fast, I tell you. Like, it's no joke. If you look at my previous ones, like, my first live streams were like about an hour, a little under. And then after lockdown, and after I did my DIYs of my renovations of the space, I started doing live streams again, and it was like 3 hours, and then 4 hours, and then 2 hours again, and 3 hours. So yeah. AK says, I can recommend you Mistress Chiaki or Mistress Hinako, both from Tokyo. They offer fantastic classes. Yeah, I've been recommended them by other DOMs as well, and I see their work, and it's awesome. So for sure, I would reach out to them. Steven says, is there a time limit on this? The more that you guys tip, the longer I stay. No, but in all seriousness, also, like, I enjoy the conversation, and if there are things to talk about, such as what we are talking about now, you know, not really. I still got some drink left. Krishma says, do subs wives usually know their husband serves a dom? Isn't it like cheating? So how I see it is, I don't have sexy time, like, I don't have sexy times with their partner. I am there to fulfill fetishes and things that they are deathly scared to tell their spouse, or their spouse is not into. And I know that I am not going to go home with any of them. And I see it, even though I'm seeing it as a spiritual experience, I treat it like a business. And I think because they see that, they can trust me, and everybody goes home happy. And I don't see it as cheating, because this is something that their spouse wouldn't do anyway. And like I said, I don't have sex with them, so. AK says, I think they visit San Francisco often. I don't think they're there when I'm there, though, which is usually around, how do you call it, like, federal holidays for me, because that's when I see family. Or, like, you know, holidays season. So. But yeah. AK says, normally to see Elise Graves. Not sure that's the right spelling. Yeah, I've heard of her too, but I've never met her. So, so Steven says, for just something like pulling my hair, handcuffing me, or spanking me, doing those things to me are not the same as having sex with me, right? Yeah, not at all. I don't see it that way at all. Steven says, I had some folks act like they're the same thing. I mean, it's a gray area, and it's subjective. And I think that a lot of people who were brought up with like a Christian point of view or something religious, they're obviously going to see it that way. I'm Catholic. I'm Roman Catholic. My mother baptized me. She's Roman Catholic as well. And she knows what I do. And we've had this conversation before, one-on-one. And she accepted it. She said, like, as long as you're not, you know, having sex with them and like going home with them. It's literally play. Like, it's adult play. Steven says, I wasn't sure if I'd be correct to assume that they're the same. It's personal preference, and it's up to you to decide that. It's very, like, relative to whoever is seeking it or having it experienced with themselves. Krishma says, I mean, husband are clearly hiding it from their wives, and it's definitely sexual for the husband, so it isn't cheating from husband to wife. For some doms, it's just business, nothing wrong. Yeah, I'm one of those people. I don't think there's... I mean, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Like I mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, I'm happy with my work and I'm happy with what I do and who I am as a person. And so as long as I feel good about it, like, I'm going to continue to do that. And I'm not harming anybody, you know? AK says, in your session, do you offer hand relief, or is that allowed at all for sub? That can only be discussed through reservation. I can't discuss that on YouTube. So you're gonna have to fill out the RSVP form and book me that way. Or if you go on iwantmara.com, you can see the answer to that. Okay, says fair enough. Steven says, I don't like the idea of considering it to be the same. I agree more with your opinion. Adult play and sex are two different things. Yeah. I also have different views on like other things like strap. I'm not going to get into that on YouTube, but you know, like I said, if you go onto my iwantmara.com website, you'll see. Krishna says, thank you for the information. You're welcome. Steven says, I feel like I'd be limiting myself too much if I were to have that attitude about it. And like I mentioned, to each their own. I feel like some people, you know, feel the same way, which is why they keep it hidden. Others have the don't ask, don't tell thing. So they have the permission, but they're not going to talk about it. And that's okay, because that's what they both agreed to. AK says, I grew up Catholic and I know exactly what you meant. Yeah. So, yeah. Krishna says, I always feel extremely guilty about it. I mean, it's normal to be that way. Like, I've had so many subs contact me, and they're new to me, of course, because I've never heard of them or seen them before, and they would always start out their introduction as, oh, I've been following you for a really long time, but just got the courage to ask you. And most of the time it's because they are partnered, but other times it's because they are intimidated. And I feel like society has cultivated us to be extremely guilty and feel the pressures of like being super monogamous with people. And that's not to say monogamy isn't special, it is, but there are certain things that people can't experience because of said monogamy. And so I feel like that's the beauty about play and kink, is that you can kind of like negotiate those boundaries. It's all about negotiation. And people don't realize that negotiation means different things to other people. Like, you make your own rules at that point. Society doesn't tell you what to do. I mean, you know, there are rules that should be followed that are unsaid, such as, you know, not harming a person to the point of like, you know, physical detriment. But for play and taking classes and stuff, then Krishna says, even though I'm not married. Yeah. And again, that's what society has treated you. or how society has conditioned you. Steven says, I asked some of my lady friends who were other cosplayers I met up with at Katsucon if any of them wanted to spank me 29 times. So far, one of them says she owns me next con we go to if they resume. Guess it gives me something to look forward to after this pandemic ends. Her saying that she owns you isn't really, like, that doesn't mean anything because you guys never negotiated anything. And how do you belong to someone you've never played with before? That doesn't make any sense to me. I guess if she wanted to be the next in line, she has priority, but I wouldn't say she owns you. That's like a bunch of guys who message me and say, ma'am, can I be your sub? Or like, yes, you are my everything. And it's like, we've never even played. O's, okay. Steven says O's, not owns. Gotcha. AK says, would love to see a ball gag. Like, for me to show one? Are you going to tip again? Steven says, sorry if my phone auto-connected again. No problem. I mean, I've had internet issues this evening twice. Monty says, how can I tell my wife that I love foot fetish and I want to serve? I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you are going to open that can of worms, you can't take that back. Like, once she knows, and it's up to her to either accept it or she can also be disgusted by it. So you have to be sure that that's something that you really want to do and something that you want to open up in your relationship, because it can go both ways. I mean, you can kind of hint at it to try to see what her reaction would be towards certain like statements, but if it doesn't look like it's going a good direction without you saying it, I'd stop right there. If you want to keep your relationship, of course. Steven says, oh, or auto-corrected. Gotcha. AK, yes, sorry. Huh? Meaning, what? What are you sorry about? Monty says, okay, thanks. Relationship is important. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a romantic relationship with someone or even married, like, you want to honor the other person and you don't want to do anything that will destroy it. So that's why most people keep it secret, because they don't have to deal with it, um, with like that confrontation. But if you really want to be honest with them, I would start by like hinting something about her feet or something like that. And if she likes it, eh, then you found the one. If not, apply with me because I love it. I love receiving it. AK, to show me a ball gag, I was not clear. Will I be seeing another tip from you? Ooh. Let's see. Monty says, ha ha ha, are you single or married? TBD. But yeah, since I have been streaming for 3 hours, I'm probably going to be on for a little bit longer and head out. So if you have any other questions or would like to tip me for anything else, now is the time. Monty says, would you like to be my future wifey? I do not want to get married, actually. That's not in the cards for me. So... Oh my god, I'm looking through the... I'm looking through the stickers right now, the super stickers that people can tip me by. And some of these are super cute. Like the fox one is really cute. You can say, my hero. It's so cute. And then there's like this lemon guy. Lou Van, what are your thoughts on boot fetish? I like having my boots cleaned and worshipped. You can also see my boot collection, or what I session with, on my Dominatrix Footwear ASMR video. Carl says, if I may recommend a book, Miss Mara, Mind the Gaff by R.L. Trask. You have the intellect to appreciate advanced English. I was actually in AP English when I was in school, high school at least. And I didn't want to apply to go into that, but yeah, my English teacher put me in it because he said I should be in it, and if I wasn't going to apply, he was going to do it for me. However, he did it kind of like the mafia, where he took one of my drawings that I did for one of the projects in his class, and for that project he enrolled me into advanced English. I was like, what the hell, man? You didn't even ask me. There was no consent. So this book, The Penguin Guide to Common Errors in A Troubleshooter's Guide to English Style and Usage. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. If it's not in print, then I can send you a copy, Miss Marla. No, it is. I think it is online. It's on Amazon, actually. But yeah. AK says, I will keep my tips for your OnlyFans. Would love to keep supporting you. Oh, thank you. I mean, yeah, I just released a collaboration with Liebe Ziele. So if you checked out my latest video that I released yesterday, actually, I go through 3 different types of collections that they have on their website. One of them has a ball gag and is in a very beautiful burgundy color. And for Carl has a or was it Steven? Has a matching paddle to go with it in wine red. So go check those out. Carl says it's old-ish but gold. Honestly, the older stuff is better, as per our 90s conversation today. Everything was better in the 90s because it was simpler. AK says, cool, I will. Also give that video a thumbs up. But yeah, any last words, comments, concerns? AK says more than one. More than one what? $1? One tip? Thing says, this time with you was pure joy. Thank you so much. Good night, all. Thank you for stopping by, Things. Give it a thumbs up if you liked it. Oh, AK says more than one thumb up, lol. Thank you. Well, like my other videos too. It takes literally 1 second. Steven says, what was the video again about the ball gag and matching paddle? My latest collaboration with Liebe Ziele. Here. There. And when you go back to look on this chat, you can actually, like, once this chat live stream has processed, you can actually click on the top again where it says chat and select live chat, and you can see everything recorded. So you can go back and check the links that I've posted, including my wish list and everything. AK says, my only concern is not being able to travel and have a robe session with you. I don't think you have to be too concerned about that. Shine on. Way many to list would take all night. Way too many to list what? Carl says it was pure joy, time flies. 3 hours felt like 1 hour. Miss Mara. This is, and if you think this is how fast time flies now, in session, I guarantee you it's like 2 to 3 times faster. Steven says, okay, I'll bookmark it so I can watch it later after this. Perfect. And give it a thumbs up. Oh, Shine On says, on any last questions would take all night. Did you just join? Is that why? Because I've been streaming for 3 hours now. Give me one. If I like it, I'll ask for another one. Or I'll tell you to give me another one. AK says, true, I booked 2-hour sessions and it feels like 20 minutes. Yeah, it goes by super, 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 super fast. And I love it. Shine On. Oh, Steven says, I just gave it a thumbs up. I'd give it double thumbs up and a this and a that if it let me.
Thank you. I mean, well, that's, I guess, what the tip button is for. So thank you for your tips tonight, though, everyone. This is my pleasure. Shine On says, when is your next live stream? I try to do one every weekend. So last weekend I did one, and the previous weekend I did one as well. I don't have a set time. I should, because that's when people could expect me. But I also kind of like jumping in whenever, because I get a different crowd each time. If you subscribe and turn on notifications, it will give you an email on when I do go on live. Usually I post a new video, not live stream video, every Saturday from 1 p.m. Pacific time. However, sometimes I stream after that, like right after the video premieres. Sometimes I wait until evening to stream on the Saturday, and then sometimes it's late on Sunday. So like one time the last time I was wearing glasses, you can watch on my live stream on my YouTube channel. I started at 9:30, and I thought I was just going to go on for like an hour or two, and then it ended up being like 3 to 4 hours until like 1 something in the morning. So it depends on what our conversations are, and like, yeah, how it goes. I don't really have a plan for these. So Carl says, I'm not sure my wallet would appreciate the time dilation, Miss Farah. It's okay. You can tip what you need to or what you want. My wish list is always going to be there. So yeah. Shine On. And your participation is always, of course, appreciated. Shine On says, thanks. No, I'll just keep checking. You're awesome. Don't change a thing. Thank you, Shine On. Really appreciate that. And thanks for stopping by. AK says, Saturday, your time works perfect for me as it'll be Sunday here. Oh. So technically I'm Monday right now for you. Steven says, when it comes to Dom subplay in your sessions, have you ever had anyone want to do anything like tactical roleplay, whether you're hostage or you're like in the special forces, SPF or FBI subduing them? Not sure if that's something you'd be willing to do since it might be over the top. No, so I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this, but I do a lot of interrogation scenes, and I have some of these scenes on iwantmara.com. Usually it's something like I work for an espionage company, and they are expecting like a specific package to be delivered or something, and I have to get that out of the person that I'm interrogating. You know, and that can range from like bondage to electric play to impact and corporal, like traditional corporal. So there's a mix of things. Sometimes it is like military theme as well. AK says, yes, it is Monday here. Shine On says, yum. Carl says, for me, 1 p.m. PST works best for me. I mean, I've tried it, and unfortunately, I don't get as many people, though. Like, I get more people on Sunday evening for some reason. I don't know. I've done it a few times, and 1 p.m. PST works for, like, showing my videos. But even then, premieres have been pretty, like, low on views. People typically join after the fact. Lone Wolf says, please show us your toes. Are you going to tip me for that? Because usually I show toes or feet with minimum of $5. And you can tip me by using the $sign under my chat. It looks like that. Shine On, because we're all chillaxing on Sunday. That's me too. Like, I'm in my comfy sweater, and I was drinking cognac and whiskey earlier. I've now moved on to tea. Like, isn't this cute? That's my little tea infuser. Steven says it's 1:28 a.m. here. I told you, like, people stay up, and I didn't even know that it was already 10:30. AK says it's Monday dinner time here in New Zealand. Oh, so I'm like your evening entertainment. Shine On says, oh man, I miss them. I showed my toes in another live stream. So if you go back to my other live streams, on one of them I show my toes because someone tipped me like $10. And then shortly after, another person tipped me again, so I showed my legs as well. So Carl says, maybe a rock around the clock to see what works best for you, Miss Mara. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing, is like I don't set a specific time for myself, and then like when I feel like going online, I do so. AK says yes in all caps. Monty says, in India here it's 12 noon. Oh, so what time would it be if it was 1 p.m. here? That's like 9 hours ahead of time. So that would be, ooh, that'd be like early morning for you. AK says, amazing legs for scissoring. I actually used to be a runner in high school. I did track and 2 years of track, 4 years of cross country. And then I ran for a little bit on my own in college. And now, well, before quarantine, I danced for a little bit. Shine On, while I would love to see your toes, I meant what I said to regard imbibing? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, you mean imbibing, like the cognac and the whiskey part? Shine On, yes. Okay, I've really enjoyed this. Thanks for a lot for your time. I hope to join for the next one. Have to go now. All right, have a great evening, AK. Thanks for joining in for your tips. Carl says, may I ask you what time it is on your end, Miss Mara? It's 6:30 a.m. at the UK. Yes, it's 10:30 p.m. here. I'm in Pacific time, so I'm on the West Coast, Los Angeles time. Steven says, as far as you giving a sub a spanking or paddling goes, what are some things a sub can do to make it more fun for you? Obey and count with me. Sometimes I do like a counting game with them, and if they aren't able to keep up or count poorly, they have to start over. So that's always fun. Frosty, hello. Mistress Mara, hello to you too. Shine On says, well, I look forward to doing this again soon. I hope you join us well. Again soon. Steven says, what sort of things make this kind of thing more fun for the Dom on their end? Well, I like to be creative with mine, so I'll try to have them doing like another task while they're being punished, or like I said, playing games with them, mind games, counting games. I also just like to see how far I can push them with impact because I am sadistic. Monty is asking, do I have any spiky boots? What experience is it when I trample with the sub? Let's see. I have spiky sandals. I don't really have spiky boots. I use I use high heel boots to kind of do that. And that's enough to create the effect that I need or want. Shine On says, hasta la bye-bye. Practicing my Spanglish. What are you practicing Spanglish for? Frosty says, is it possible to see shoes, mistress? Only if you tip me. I sound like a broken record, but I'm only going to do that to people who tip me at least $5. Steven says, I'm glad I ran into you. Do you have any 90s chunky style platform heels? I do, actually. I have white ones, black ones, and then like gold sequence high heel ones. I mean, they would all go really well with my outfit right now, actually, because I'm wearing a white and black thing. So, will you be tipping me again to see those? I'll even put it on camera for you. Depending on which one you want. What color would you like? No, you don't get to see all of them. You get to choose one. White, black, or gold? The black ones. Okay, I will go get them in a second. Is it possible to show... Oh, is it possible to incorporate Morse code into Play, Miss Mara? Is that... It is now obsolete as far as I know. I mean, I've done SOS before. So, like, if a person was in bondage and they had a gag on or something, usually I have them, like, hold a scarf and they drop it, or a squeaky toy to let me know that they need to get out or something. Usually they don't. But if they tap SOS, that's a possibility as well. But that's pretty much all I know. Carl also says Morse code as a distraction. Oh, no, they haven't done that. Monty says, what punishment do you like to give subs? Depends on what they like and how attention-seeking they are. Carl says, sorry for the autocorrect. No problem at all. All right, I'm going to go get the black platform heels. So if you want to see that, stay tuned. Okay, that took a lot longer than I thought it would to get out. So these are it. They're kind of fuzzy. But yeah, they're going on my foot. Man, these are heavier than I remember. Ta-da! That's what they look like. They make me look kind of like, I don't know if you can see it. Ugh, it's so tough. Okay, maybe I need to like, show them like that. I don't know. That's what they look like. Where's Steven? Did Steven even catch that? Okay. The steel toe jungle infantry boots worn with my UBCS uniform are pretty heavy too. Monty says, get spike heels also, please. You're not the one tipping me. You can't request that. How many pairs do you have? It takes so much time. I have a lot of freaking shoes. I have like 100 pairs of shoes. Like, I'm not kidding. Steven says, looks nice. AK says, glad I came back. Scissor me with those on, please. What happened to needing to go? These definitely make me look taller though. Like I love wearing these because they're so, look at the freaking, this is the heel. Yeah, this is the heel. So it's like a 2.5 inch to 3 inch thing. Wow, your legs. Yeah, I stood up earlier. You kick somebody with these. But yeah, they're very warm. Carl says, soon to be 101, hopefully. 101? Not sure what the 101 is. Lou Van says, those boots are hot. Weird looking, but still hot. I mean, you can't really see them. I don't know why they would be weird. They have like a fuzzy thing around here and around here and around here. And then they lace up. You can't really tell, but there's like a lace up. So it's like crisscrossed on the front. Ooh, and I have these really cool lights that can attach, that turn on. I attach those afterwards so people can see me. Carl says 101 pairs of shoes if my card works on your list. Oh, yay! Actually, if I get it in time, I'll even wear them next week. Like, I'll post it on my, if you guys, I don't know if you guys see this if you're subscribed, but when I post something like a photo on my page or on my YouTube account, it shows up in my community tab. So like if you're scrolling on your phone, sometimes it'll just pop up and it's just a photo and you can see that, and I'll give you like my daily news or whatever, and I'll post that I got the shoes from you. I typically post whatever's anybody has attributed me from my wish list onto that as a thank you. But yeah, if I get it for next week, I might even wear the shoes then, so. AK says, I will request those boots when I have a session with you. Okay, I mean, I have more different ones, so you have options. Steven says, do they light up when you walk, like those light up Skechers from the 90s? I actually have white shoes that light up that are like that from the 90s. I have a holographic one and a glittery one, both white. And I have, oh my gosh, I have more. I have black high tops that I was going to sell because they're a little too small for me, that also light up in different colors. And then I have a white one with wings, like with Velcro, like a kid's shoe. But that one's also slightly too small for me, so I was gonna sell those as well. I wore that one once. Anugra says, wow, you have nice black boots. I have a lot of nice shoes. From Zero says, you so cute. Thanks. Carl says, light shoes are super cool. Yeah, except they don't make them in like adult sizes for some reason. Like you really have to look for them, and I don't know why. We're the ones who are paying for them. Chris says, Miss, you look nice and hot with glasses. Thank you. AK says, would you ever wear a bikini for a scissor session? Yeah, I would. Well, if I'm toned, I would. Otherwise, I would consider, you know, a full-length swimsuit, which I have done before, actually. On my Instagram, you can see me in a swimsuit that I did. It doesn't really look like a swimsuit, but let me see if I can find it really quick. Like I've done, oh, here's my interrogation scene. That's on my Instagram. And let's see. I can't find the other one right now. It was from a while ago. But yeah, I've worn swimsuits because they're easy. AK says, looks super hot. It's super easy to put on. So anything that is pretty much less work for me, I'm down for, of course. Oh man, I can't find that other one that I'm actually looking for though, because I really like that one. It's one that I've used often in like shoots, and I may have, yeah, I've posted stuff on iwantmara.com with it on too. It was actually a session in San Francisco. I do stuff in lingerie too, so. Like this was the lingerie I used for a really long time. I don't know if you can see that. But yeah. Everything's on my Instagram. If it's not there, it's on my YouTube channel. Or my Twitter. So. Oh, here it is. Haha, found it. That one. That's a swimsuit, I think. Well, at least I've worn it as a swimsuit. Anywho's. Carl says, I like shiny / metallic bikini / swimsuits. Steven says, when making games out of your Impact play sessions, have you ever snapped the waistband of your Subs underwear between swats. I got spanked by a lady I met at a rave and she did that to me. Yes, and I also give them wedgies. AK says, yes, great outfit. Thank you. Alrighty. Any really last stuff because it's almost 11 p.m. and I think I'm gonna go then in 10 minutes. Steven says, I like that. Sorry if this is TMI for everyone else. I try to keep it PG, so if there's a way that I can keep it PG, I think you're okay. I've had way more graphic stuff typed out, and I had to start restricting things. So if you don't see your message on the live chat, it's because it's been censored, and I either haven't read it or I can't say those things. Usually I'll say, like, I can't answer your statement, but yeah. Wait, so Steven, do you like shoes as well, or do you just like the aesthetic because you do cosplay and we were talking about the 90s? Carl says, is there any chance you can send out American candy in the mail? Miss Mara, Beirut, Charleston, True, etc. Sure, if you pay for it and tip me for it. If you pay for the candy, pay for shipping, and tip me for my time, yeah, sure. Steven says, maybe a bit of both. If the style looks hot, then I'm attracted to it. Okay, that's normal. He says, nothing wrong with incorporating a specific style into it. Yeah, I mean, that's how I kind of treat all of my shoots as well. Like, somebody was asking me how I decide my themes for my short films. And that's kind of the same thing. It's like, if I'm attracted to a certain situation or like the models or, you know, the outfits, that's kind of, or even the location. Like with Cocoon, the location actually inspired the story. Same with Lady Luck, actually. With Transform, it was more of the concept. Fresti says, your picture on Instagram is beautiful. Thank you. If you're talking about my avatar, that's actually a self-portrait. I took that myself. Everything in the leopard dress is done with a tripod and like a remote control. Carl says, almost a done deal regarding the candy, Miss Mara. Almost, but not quite. Lou says, are you planning a new short film right now? Yes, I've actually written one. My only issue is finding a female model because I already have a male model set for it, and it's going to be done in San Francisco, but female models are super hard to find. And it's hard for them to commit to, so we'll see. If ever, I'll just do something with the male model, but I would have liked to have had both. Steven said, I never knew how much I enjoyed being called a botch before I got into this. I never knew how much I liked calling people that. And I mean, I caught it. Hang on. This thing is corded, so let me set it up in a way. I was trying to type something out. Okay. I usually have my keyboard like in. Hey, you guys can see my keyboard actually. There. My keyboard is doing its own thing right now. But yeah. Okay. Don't fall. And then with this one, I usually type things out like that. Frosty says, is it possible for future live YouTubes in a cat suit, mistress? Only if I'm being tipped for that. Yeah, so I don't have it here for some reason. I had a list of rules that hold on, let me just see. Okay, I do have my rules, my bad. So I should have done this in the first place. Let me see if I can like override. Whoa, it's like really messed up. Okay. It's not letting me. Oh, it's exceeded. Damn. Okay. There. This is kind of the rules that I have. So all currencies accepted. $5 to $10 is stand up and show my outfit of the day. Show feet or footwear. Blah, blah, blah. $25 plus I can change out accessories and footwear different from what I'm already wearing. Like if somebody had set, like say, Steven said, oh, I want you to wear the black boots the entire, like, whatever stream. And he paid me $50 for that. I would do that. And then, like, say an hour goes by, somebody else can tip me $25 to change from these boots to, like, my white ones or something. And then for $50, if they don't like the sweater or whatever, then I would change into the cat suit and so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I've like made for myself. And I always have to be clothed the entire time because it's YouTube. Blah, 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 blah. You guys know the drill. But yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Lou says the chroma is lit. What chroma? Steven says, thanks, Mistress Mara. You're welcome. It was an example, but you know, whatever. Oh. Lou Van says the keyboard colors. Gotcha. Hop SoCal says, you just may be the most interesting woman in the world. I can definitely give the Dos Equis guy a run for his money, that's for sure. Because I bet you he hasn't bottomed for a dominatrix before. So how can he be the most interesting man in the world? Carl says, what does $100 get us, Miss Mara? Ooh. I don't know. I haven't thought of that yet. So if you want to be the first, I totally welcome that. And I have other methods of transaction should you want to do that so that I get the full amount and don't have to give a cut to other websites. You can do that either through Cash App. So there's that, wait, slash that. That's kind of like my other method, and at least I get 100%. And yeah, or other people have bought through my wish list as well. You know, for contests like the Halloween one, buying from my wish list actually counted towards the contest. So yeah. Hop SoCal says, do you do cash meets? I do if you pay a deposit beforehand. And it has to be in my area or the area that I am around at the time. So, alrighty. Any last final questions? I'm taking one or two, depending on the questions before I sign off. Hop SoCal says, I live in Pasadena. I thought you were in Ventura. Maybe that was someone else. Steven says, maybe could add other options similar to like showing off certain footwear, like tap, jump, walk, run, or stomp around in them. Yeah, I mean, that would be in the... I would probably do that in the $10 range, maybe. So... just things to keep in mind. I would definitely, I mean, I'm open to like conversations about this, you know, during stream rather than just having like a superset thing. At least I have like something that you can kind of work around or like reference for now. Carl says, will there be a Christmas tip competition like the Halloween one? Yes, there will be. There will. Because I already have, well, I have an outfit for that, and it better be on its way because I bought it before October, and I don't know where it is now, so I'm actually going to check the status. Because it should already be there. Okay. So... oh, good Lord. I have to like, copy and paste the... yeah, another sub bought me 3 dresses. One of them was supposed to be for the stream. And then I bought another one for Christmas and another one for possible short films in the future. However, yeah. Everybody who you know what? If you guys want me in a catsuit, I will also consider people pooling. So if everybody like chips in and you know, hits that $50 mark together, and you guys say that that's for that, then I will do it. Hop SoCal asks, what size dress do you wear Goddess for? Yeah, I'm between a 4 and a 6. Depending on like the hip and the like chest sizing, I suppose. Depends on the, how do you call it? The brand. So, oh my God, this tracking is not my friend right now. Okay, track.
Oh, goodness. Says a tracking label has been prepared for my item on November 5th. So that was 3 days ago. This does not indicate the receipt by USPS or the actual mailing date. Cool. So that doesn't actually mean it's been shipped yet. UPS is awaiting the item. So slow. I guess it's coming from China, which is not ideal. Eddie says, I really missed that cake feet video you'd made a while back. Hope you make more videos like that one. Probably not anytime soon. For my ASMR, I kind of want to do different ones because I don't want to just be known for like leather gloves or leather boots, even though a bunch of people totally copied that. So many people did that after I posted those, which is crazy because they're getting more views than mine, and mine's age restricted for some reason. But yeah, that's why I'm focusing on my short films, because at least with my films no one else is doing that. Eddie gives a thumbs up. Well, I'm getting a new crowd now. Hop SoCal asks, have I ever worked with On Lee? No, I have not. Ghost says hi. Hello. Although, kind of sucks. You guys are joining when I'm about to leave. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for stopping by and those who gave tips, of course. My OnlyFans is a way to support me if you cannot be financially generous right now. You can also give a thumbs up to all of my videos and all of my Instagram and Twitter photos. So thanks again for joining, and I will catch you next week. I will be on next week. So subscribe and turn on that notification bell so you know when it'll give you an email. Good night.